The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Perfect.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Exterminate. I thought we might have people waiting. I'm a wee bit late. Looks like everything's running alright. Better than normal actually. Let's have a look at the CPU. Nice and steady now. So I found lots of problems that the Windows update caused. Changed things that I had already set up. That caused some conflicts. And I documented some in Discord. And I found one issue that Minicam was capturing the desktop screen twice. So it needed twice as much CPU. Not sure how that happened, but I did try and update it, and it wanted a new license, and then I rolled it back. But it looks like it mucked around with the settings files. They added some new feature in. Yeah, so we don't need it. Works just as good. If it's not broke, don't mess with it. They're trying to add too much in nowadays. This is the best version. Well, probably a few steps back actually. Haven't started up the Jitsi yet, but it shouldn't be a problem. We did a test run. So who's out there? Anybody? Probably not. Well, so I will just to clear up on some things here and bring up Jitsi. See if Gabber's around. I need to type out the side comments too. And Jitsi, I need to minimize that, although I should be using that more with the stamps at least. If you get into the habit of using that. Yeah, Jitsi. Let's see how it goes. Not sure about the audio volume. It seems that Windows messed around with all the volumes that I had set up before updated. So I've put everything on maximum, but it might be too loud now on Google, is it? Bet someone could let me know if I sound alright, like normal. Or is it corrupting, distorting? sometimes I had to turn it down a wee bit. So yeah, it looks like he's not around. I think he's in bed still. I think he was up when I went to bed. Yeah, and he got up at 10 PM yesterday, I think it was. I'm not sure if he has a nana nap and has 4 hours sleep or what, but he sleeps crazy times by the looks of it. Yeah, where's my side thing gone? That one there, isn't it? Yeah. Let's rearrange this so it makes more sense. Yeah. There we go. Anyone out there? So I got the highlighter working. Yeah, it should be faster actually. Should be a bit better too. The yellow is a wee bit less bright, but that doesn't matter. And anyone that donates and subscribes during the show, I've improved the background of the labels. Looks like it's all working a bit better now. All good. Let's hope it hangs together for another half a year while I save up for the next laptop. I think yeah, I need a lot of power because I muck around with AI now and music and graphics. Graphics processing is a big one. Although this laptop does it fairly better now. Those extra cores is interesting what they're doing now. So they call them P cores, primary cores, and then you got E cores, which is not the threads. They're like economic cores, as they call them. And then you got threads hanging off it. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of reading and research, catching up with changing technology. So today we're going to cover some GUFON and other channels that are buying subs, clearly, and break down other UFO videos. We see what goes on. And more disappointment from another big channel promoting the shells. So we'll cover that. He never responded to me, so that makes him a shill. You know, you expect people not to ignore you. If they ignore you, then that means they're on the wrong side of the truth, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, so that's all set up. How's that coming up? It's a wee bit clipped there, isn't it? How come that one's clipped? I didn't test it for more than 4 lines. That's the problem. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe I have to go back and redo that. Just need to make it a wee bit longer, I guess. It's only a minor problem. I don't think people do big comments like that. Everyone wants to say hello on the side chat. We can test it out. Where's Gabber? Gabberoo. So yeah, we've got a fair few tabs here I've piled up here. So let's start with the first topic. Security cameras that I've got. So this, if it loads, this is what happens when you film inside a window. If you haven't got any way to turn off the LEDs. So this particular camera, unlike some of the other ones I got, don't turn off the infrared LEDs. And of course they reflect back at the camera, and of course, as you know, the camera can see the LEDs, but at night time it's just dark in the room because your eyes can't see it. So yeah, so it's got generally white LEDs and also infrared LEDs, and they can use the white LEDs to illuminate up to 10 meters, I think it is, unless you install around the garden or around the house illuminators, as they call it, that emit low level white light and infrared, and your camera can then record that better through the window. So basically what I've done is I've done an experiment by taping over the dome on the outside. It does get quite hot with these LEDs on, so I thought instead of just open it up and try and figure out the cables and pull off the connector off the motherboard inside the camera, that I would do that. And what I did is, although I got a wee bit shown on the edge here, it doesn't really matter too much. I'll zoom in a minute. You can see some of the light still breaks through, but what I did is I've put a bit of tin foil over around the outside where the LEDs are on the outside of the dome, and taped it. So I've made a U shape of tin foil and just taped it at the bottom, but I didn't actually tape it all around to make sure the light wasn't bleeding through the edges, and it looks like some is bleeding through the edges, but it's not too bad. So that versus that, you can see the difference in quality. Now these LEDs can show up as red, so that's why it's got a red tinge there reflecting back on the window. But now we're just using natural light that's coming through the window, which is pitch black outside, but it looks like it's sort of like early morning or the setting evening there, right? So now we can zoom into the full size of that. You can see that it's a wee bit grainy, but it's just working on starlight. Yeah, it's not too bad, is it? So I'll just show you what it looks like at the moment. I'm not sure if anyone's outside though. On the stream on VLC. Okay, so that's the same scene as the last one. The thing I got underneath has tilted it slightly, but it doesn't really matter about that either. But you can see here it's another overcast rainy day, and what's going on there? I thought I saw some movement. Let me just see if I can zoom in, because that's always been a problem. Right, I forgot about that. Does the zoom work? No, we lost the zoom. So that's a new problem. So I've rigged that up to run as administrator. For some reason I lose it. Here we go. So let's see if I can zoom in a wee bit more. So that's working good. Seems to be fighting this one. I don't know. So they got the drain pipe. Comes from the sunroof. If it goes underground, it gets full underground. It's meant to naturally absorb into the stormwater drains don't go straight into the street in New Zealand. It goes into an underground gravel pit and it fills up. So we get a lot of rain sometimes out this way, and it overflows, comes back out the drain, starts flooding out the sunroom. So yeah, so we've decided to put the extension there on the drainage, modify it, and just put it out across the whole lawn. That way it can flood a bigger area, and that solves it. Yeah, it sounds like we've got some visitors popping around. And Skywatch. Just have a quick look at that camera, and you'll see. Why is it not coming up? That's really strange. It's down. I'm not too sure why. Well, it was working not too long ago. Oh, it's come up now. Looks like one of the camera just looks like it lost power there for a minute. Did we have a dropout? Probably had a power dip. But I got that running off UPS there. Let me just try and bring that up again. Yeah, you can't see much in the lens. I'm going to show you if it comes up. It's coming up on the phone. The NVR is having trouble. This is coming off the NVR. That's not good. It's kind of weird. He's still even trouble. What's this? Yeah, I think we may have lost outside camera. What's that top one? Oh no, that's right. These are my chicks. That's strange, I moved that down and it's back up again. Looks like there's a bug in the program. There's enough room to move it down, you see. Outside cam. I forgot the Skywatch one there. NVR's up, go on to that. It's having trouble. It's meant to be waterproof, so if water's got in there. Now I'm just going to power it off and on. Don't know if that's going to fix it. Hey, 18 volts, how's it going? I just got trouble with my camera not working. Outside camera. Oh, now it's coming up. Cool. Must have been a power glitch in Storms. But I got it on UPS, so that doesn't make any sense. I think you're the only one here, Sightons. And me. So you can see this is what happens when it rains. It covers the lens. But there's a little scratch on there. This bloody sparrow bird landed on the lens. Of course, they weigh nothing, but they got little claws that can scratch plastic, acrylic, right? And of course, this has got an acrylic cover, waterproof cover on it. Looks like it's put a little fine scratch on it. It only shows up on nighttime footage where infrared's turned on. And it seems to illuminate inside the little crack. It looks like a contrail, but it's not a biggie problem. I was looking at how do you repair lenses, right? And one of the tricks was to use Vaseline that fills in the crack or something. But yes, apart from getting a new cover, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure how you would scare the birds from landing on this stupid thing. Apart from move that hive out the way, because they've got no option to land there. Because they land there and watch MacB, the MacB hive, where they get their Mac burgers from. But I have got another one of those in the kitchen, right? And I probably could swap them around, I guess. But yeah, it's only for sky watching though. It doesn't matter if it's got a scratch on it. I suppose it's a bit the same as putting up with dead pixels. Yeah, that's all we can show you. The other camera's now gone wrong. Once you get a power dip, it never goes back to the same place, so I have to go into the software and use the presets. And make it turn around again. Let's see, I might be able to do it here while we're live so you can see. As soon as I can find it. Means run another browser, Explorer. Let's see if it pushes up the CPU and starts corrupting the audio. Does the audio sound the same to you, 18 was? Because I found Windows had changed all the levels. Because I was doing the test run of Gabber last night and he was way loud and I was like in the background. So yeah, I got the old camera here. This is running the really 20-year-old software. I haven't got rid of the camera because it still works, and so I decided to do it as a camera that covers the outside camera, so if someone tries to steal it, they'd have to wear full masks and everything. We've had prowlers before. We had someone that 4 years ago was prowling around, but because we had a dog and stickers saying we got security, and probably obviously you can see the camera at the front door, and they robbed next door. They went through the back alleyway there and went into the bedroom and found money in the drawer. $1,000 or more, I think it was. So this is what happens when you get a power reset. Although you can still use it sort of for sky watching. It's VGA, right? A wang scam. A wank scam. It sounds like ufology. Full of wanks. Full of wankers. Wankam scam. So yeah, if I zoom in on that, the picture's not too bad. You can see the tree there and the wind, and it's inside the window too. And I've got here 2 buttons to turn the LEDs off, which is really good. And you can turn them on and off. So I turn them off, and because my outside camera shines the LEDs all the time, it illuminates the backyard really well. I'm not sure if I can bring up one, but what we do is we say preset call. I've already said set it at a certain position, and the gears in it will clunk. You might be able to hear them clunking. It's such an old camera now. It's on its last legs, right? So now you can see all the beehives and bits and pieces for making beehives, and the back gate there. And I'm not sure, but you might see just the top of the camera outside the window. So if anyone tries to steal it, say cheese. And yeah, it's not too bad. And it's like that at night time too, because the LEDs on this are illuminating this. And it shines up quite a big area out here. So it's kind of like acts like an illuminator. So the problem with this software though, it always turns on the red LED, which is that one there, to say it's turned on, and you always have to unclick it each time. Stupid, really. And just make sure that the infrared's off, because I'm not sure if it turns that on every time you go in either. But yeah, as I was showing last time, I have all my different cameras set up here because it uses old Internet Explorer. Their software works with it because it uses ActiveX, I think. But it will work under Edge now, because Edge have moved some of that functionality across. So I got one there for the Baywindow camera, and front camera, which is another camera outside on the wall, door camera, and also the fisheye here, which I looked at last time, and the kitchen one, bedroom one. Oop. My mouse glitched then for some reason. So yeah, the bedroom one, I think that's called Ghost Cam now. It's been very quiet since I've set all this stuff up though, so I haven't caught anything interesting. Alright, I need to log in for that one. Why is it not coming up though? Power cut. I screwed it up. Not sure, and that crap comes up always to nag you. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's going on here. Oh, it's finally come up. Kind of weird though. So yeah, you normally have to log in to my password thing. Master password. And then click on that. And it'll come up. This has obviously got a bit more complex firmware in it. It allows you to do a lot more than the old 20-year-old ones. So that's what's in that room at the moment. The sun's shining in. And let me just bring up this again. So, bit like the outside camera, it uses the same firmware. You just go to device config and you can actually get to all the advanced settings at the top. And you can click play here, and it accesses any recordings on the SD card, and you can actually skim through all the recordings. I've got it on continuous, so it just eventually the SD card will stuff up, but Not sure how many times you can write to an SD card. Is it 100,000? And then these cameras you have to unscrew and actually push your finger like you do with the phone to pop out. Well, like the phone, but also like those Google TV boxes. You have to push your finger now in, and it pops out with a spring. So yeah, this one here, you just go to camera parameters, and it brings up the same panel that we looked at last time for the outside camera. And I've got pretty much the same settings I use across all cameras, so it uses the full color and doesn't turn on the LEDs, and well, actually the infrared ones are always on. Doesn't turn on the white LEDs, which is like a big flashlight. Yeah, I noticed that though. I got this one set to 65 instead of 80. I normally do 0.1 and 80 there. And this one I'm using style 2. So maybe I should change that. So normally it's 0.1 and 80. As I was talking about, I was using style 3 for the Baywindow one, which makes it a wee bit lighter. I'll just do that anyway. That should work better at night time. So then you can just close it down. I think it looks brighter now, doesn't it? Already. So at night time it should be a bit brighter as well. But anyway, that's a quick look at the cameras again, without giving out too much private information. And the CPU, as you can see, is running quite nicely. I'll catch up. I've got to bring up this. You can see under 50% now. So yeah, I spent ages going through registry settings, files, everything. Computer Scientist 101. And I found so many problems with what the update did, and there still might be some I've missed. Anyway, yeah, better get the comment thing up. Hey, Michael, how's it going? You snuck on. There's quite a few comments here. Sounds good, cool. How you doing, mate? Yeah, I'm pretty good. I was a wee bit sicky this morning, but once I had some tomatoes on toast, because I'm still doing the diet, trying to get the weight down, all the lockdown weight I put on. Anything here? Good man, thanks for asking. Cool. So I got this fixed and it looks a wee bit better now, as you can see, although we just found out that I might need to make it slightly longer. And I spent 3 hours trying to fix that highlighter. It's an add-on that I use, not StreamYard, you see. Fan block sites. Yeah, I did a lot of reading and also looking at the current technology and laptops. Trying to understand it all. You got to keep up with it, you see, else you get left behind. CPUs look better. Was going to ask on Temps before. Might want block below laptop. What do you mean? I'm not sure if I understand that comment. The temperatures are pretty good. So the sidebar uses 1 or less percent CPU, which is acceptable. And you can see here the temps today, because it's not very warm. It's normally like 3 degrees hotter in here, so the temperatures look like they're 3 degrees lower, and the fan is very quiet considering how much we're running now. So I got this new one called System Monitor 2. The other one I was using was called CPU something, all CPU meter, and I noticed that stopped at 32 cores, and this one does 40 cores, so that should handle any future update. But yeah, could you imagine that being 4 times longer there? I'm not sure how I do it. Probably have more pixels to play with on the newer laptop though. Of course, then I have to scale it up a wee bit so I can see it. And also got the GPU up there working alright too. That's normally hanging around about 57 degrees Celsius. So yeah, the room temperature in the room does make a difference. And the fan's hardly going. I got it on automatic though. But yeah, it's looking good. It's running better than it ever has. So I think it wasn't working properly with the Intel CPU drivers, with the laptop drivers, the NVIDIA drivers. Something they've done is now working properly. Although it was working if you talk to it directly, but now it automatically works better. What I found out was if you go into, because I'm using open shell here, because I don't like the new interface, I never have. So yeah, I like the Windows 7 interface. It's just so much easier. Yeah, you got your apps here, you got your programs, and it's all in alphabetical, right? Just so much easier. But I think they have done some improvements to the early Windows 10 interface and made it a wee bit more intuitive now. Because it looked like a touchscreen tablet to me when I saw it, and I thought, yuck! Why did you get rid of the nice sidebar? And also the and also the menu bar, right? The sidebar with the CPUs is just so handy. So you got to run another program to put that back on. Eventually it probably won't work properly, because they'll try and stop it probably. Why get rid of stuff that people like? It's kind of strange. It should be probably an install option when you install it, or maybe a control panel where it switches between the new interface and the old one, instead of trying to force everybody to a new one. But anyway, what was I going to do? Alright, settings. So you got your usual old control panel, and you got also the new Windows 10 settings panel. So if you go into that one, I'll probably have to drag it across. You can see that the GPU is sort of working, although it's a wee bit slow because we've got quite a lot going here. So you go to settings, and the first one is display. Hidden down here is a setting called graphics settings. Not anything to do with GPU or anything like that. It's all sort of hidden. And if you click on that, it comes up with graphics settings and all this GPU stuff here, which I never knew existed. So I found that by reading and finding out people were having trouble with the NVIDIA control panel, saying that it wasn't actually using the CPU that were telling it to do. That's because Windows was overriding it. So this one overrides NVIDIA one. So here you can specify all the apps and specify which CPU it uses, the Intel one. So I found by offloading some to the fast one and the browsers onto the internal one seem to make this system run a wee bit better. So Firefox is on high, and so on. Internet Explorer on high, Vegas Pro and so on, and Paint.net on high, and this mouse control system is on the internal one. So yeah, just drag it back down again. Of course, this is not meant to be a technical computer science show, but yeah, everything's relevant, right? If you ain't got a decent computer running and cameras running, then you're not going to do much by adding to the information pool for UFO and paranormal research if you don't understand technology. So, yeah. I got also the Dragon thing. Some of it doesn't work anymore since the Windows update. Like the driver chicken thing. This comes up blank, which is kind of weird. But you can see here, shows you all breakdown of it. GPU, same as the side panel, should be pretty much the same. There you go. When I zoomed in, the GPU peaked. Says 12 over there, it says 12 there. 32, 29, yep. Although they're not quite in sync, you can see they're reading the same information. I've got it on turbo automatic fan, and I don't think you can hear it, can you? Sometimes you could, when it was really like 30 degrees Celsius in the room. And I've got it on turbo here, and of course that basically changes it on the base clock, right? And so if I can get over there again, down here, oh, why is it doing that? It seems to want to grab the mouse. So you can see this, my side chat on the other window there. So here it says where the cursor is. Why is it doing that? I might have to take Dragon back down. Hang on. Maybe that's interfering. I think it was. Yeah, there you go. No, maybe it wasn't. It says here Core i7. Oh, looks like it won't let me go. The voltage level that the CPU is using. And it's got 100 degrees Celsius. I suppose that's where it switches itself off once it gets up to that level. So you should keep it 80 degrees Celsius or less, ideally. You can see here the CPU clock is actually at the moment 33, 34. It could go up to 38. So it's reduced it, which is kind of interesting because it always was on maximum. And you can see here it's using the megahertz of 100 normally. It's dropped it by 1 for some reason, times a turbo, which changes that value, the times value, through that Dragon panel to 39 normally or something like that. Makes it up to 38. So yeah, it's, if it needs more clock, I guess it increases it automatically. So yeah, you can see it's working a lot better than it's ever done. Okay, let's just go through it here. It's a few days to bad weather. Alright, okay. And you're allowed to drive when it's snowing. Yeah, we wouldn't want to drive in the snow when it snows in New Zealand. It makes the roads very dangerous. It's amazing how many trucks try to though, and they get jackknifed and stuck on the side of the road. Fan block sits under the laptop and cools heavy. Yeah, so I've been looking at the laptops. I liked Alienware one, but they want 6,000 New Zealand for the one I want. And all the ports are on the back, and the only one they have that's got a RGB 45 was a 17-inch one, and I just find those too clumsy and big. And I like the 5.6 screens, slightly smaller. And the only one that sort of fits the same chip specs and 32 gig of RAM, but really want to go up to 64. Just want everything to be maxed so you can be sure that it's going to last 5 years. Was the MSI one. So yeah, I thought I wasn't going to get MSI, but looks to me like it's, after me mucking around with this, it's actually working better now in the last 3 years than it ever has. So I might give them another chance. The keyboard on it's not that terribly nice though, but I got the external one now, which is very nice. I had to put a bit of cardboard under the space bar on this one because it wouldn't, every time you click the space trying to type on it, it wasn't registering it, and so I got an external one for $100 with LEDs and thing. I can't remember what it was called now. What's the name brand on it? It's in red, so I can't read it. I wonder if I can illuminate it with a torch. Have I got a torch in the drawer here? Yes, I have. Okay, let's just turn that on. Okay, it's called Red Dragon. It's not a bad keyboard. Very bright keys, so I can actually illuminate them with white and yellow, and they stand out to my eyes. Bit clicky sound though, because you can hear me typing. But it reminds me of the old computers. Either that or open it up and apply thermal paste. Yeah, temperature's never been a problem on this laptop, but the fans can get noisy. You sound like, sound like Gabber TV. Where is he? He said he was going to join me today. He hasn't shown up. At least he's got power cut. I thought he was on Discord though. Let me just have a look. Says he's online. But I'm not too sure. I mucked around with the volumes, so it might blast him. But he was always loud. But now he's figured out how you can change the volume his end, so... Okay, he's not around. I've sent him another message. I got it muted at the moment, so... If you send a message, I probably won't look. This particular brand, anything with an H on the end, is not able to be customized much. You can change the multiplier with the turbo and all that, but you can't overclock it. Not safely, anyway. So, as you can see, though, that the CPU doesn't need to be messed around with, or the GPU. And now it's working properly. Yeah, what happens is they test them out in the factory, the CPUs, right? And they see where they start making errors in calculations, and then they roll back the clock speed, don't they? And then they roll it back a wee bit more and lock it, and then that becomes a certain brand, you know, like they used to have, like the Pentagon and then the Celeron. You know, it's all this. Was it the Pentagon? I can't remember now. Dual core and all that come out. They would, if it didn't pass the test, they'd just make it the cheaper chip, even though it's the same chip. But obviously, it has some problems at higher speeds, so they just lower down the speed of the chip and just sell it at a cheaper value. And then people go back and try and make it fast again, and then they get into trouble. But normally they undervalue it more than they need to, and you can just tweak it up a wee bit and get more speed back. It's all about money, right? Need to get a fund going for a new laptop. Well, all you need to do is just donate to the channel. And like I said, I've improved that too, so the label stands out better for donations and subscriptions. Yeah, I know, people that watch me haven't got money. It's amazing how much hate I get though when I tell people the truth and give them information, and they're always in this conspiracy rabbit hole. Like Phil Snyder, right? The amount of stupid people I get comment on that debunk I did, showing him that his friends were, and even his dad was saying that he was a mental and he had problems, and then the FBI comes out 20 years later and releases a report saying exactly the same thing, and then they say, do you believe in the FBI? Well, I believe in his friends, but more than I do in the FBI. And when they both match, I think that just backs up each other, doesn't it? That the FBI were telling the truth and had all the medical records and cut off his own fingers, and his friends saying he's a liar, and I still get abused, you know, in the comments, especially on BitChute. I keep telling this is the problem with ufology, is people like you that so stuck in the rabbit hole that you'll never change your ways, you know. Yeah, okay, we better start moving on to the UFO stuff, I suppose. Probably need more cooling to run better. Yeah. I think 40 core ones, Gabber was saying they're having problems. But what I've done is I've used that process lasso, and what I've done is I've split the cores a wee bit better. So the browsers use the first 5 or whatever, or 6, and the last few I assigned to all the sound drivers and mixer control and other stuff, and it sort of balances out better now. Rockin', you got lots of comments. I was always wanted to get into science and making CPUs. My dad used to teach it in university that I worked for, or part of it anyway. What's inside chips and how they make them and stuff. He doesn't do that anymore. He's probably forgotten lots of stuff, and he would be way behind but I suppose it's the fundamentals that he was teaching. Radio, radar, because he was a radar technician in Air Force. Some people just don't want to accept facts and truth. Yep. So they attack the messenger, not the message. I said, well, you go and do your own research and see what you come up with. You know. Yeah. I think they're experimenting now with vapor cooling, I read, on the newer chips. Internal, I guess that's kind of like an internal water system. Is that a radiator? But they have a larger footprint. I think that's what they should have done a long time ago, though. They should have always been looking at some sort of liquid-based cooling system built into the chips. So yeah, that's another thing I got. When I highlight a comment now, if I don't click off it, it automatically reduces after 40 seconds, so it doesn't stay on the screen. Yeah, I got a cooling pad underneath as well. Never had to use it, but it keeps, if you have it on your lap or whatever, or take it away. So I've got that sitting on top of a piece of cardboard and the cooling pad on top of that. So you always got a flat surface. And then the metal surface under the bottom of the laptop actually helps cool it, which is kind of good. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Oh, I forgot about clicking on your message with links. It's gone and opened up in the wrong place. Let me just fix it up again. Whoops. How long have we gone for already? Hour? I do dribble on a bit sometimes. But yeah, it depends on what you're interested in, really. Not many people are interested in technology, I guess. Put laptop on, will run 30% better. Yeah. Yeah, because it automatically slows down, doesn't it, to try and reduce the heat. That's what that thing was doing here. So if your CPU is below a certain level on load, it reduces the clock speed, and then that reduces the heat, and then you don't need so much fan. And it just uses the heat sinks. It's all a lot of clever stuff. I heard that a lot of the Intel engineers left Intel because they weren't happy with the pay. And they went to work for AMD, and AMD got better CPUs. And then Intel got some of those engineers back, and so it's like a war of getting the best people, minds, on working on the CPUs. So yeah, whoever's going to win? Probably no one. Thermal paste. I don't. This laptop is a bastard to open up. Yeah, I've seen the videos online, and I thought, nah, I'm not going to go through that. Well, my HP, you could just undo a couple of screws, and it just fall open. Or you could slide the panels on underneath, which is what should be done. That's the one thing I hate about MSI. You should be able to slide open all the panels to be able to replace fans when they wear out. Because the fans are always the ones that break down, and add more memory, add more SD card. It should be easy panels, and it's not. You have to open up the whole thing. And I'm not going to do that unless it goes seriously wrong. So yeah. And like I said, I'm not going to muck around with this one because it's my only machine now. And if it goes, then I'm offline for good. So I'd rather get a new one, muck around with that one, get up and running, and then repair this one if I need to. But I think it doesn't need touching. It's running really good. I think it used to corrupt when I zoom in, but I'm not sure if it's corrupting. I don't think it is. So yeah. I was a gaming MSI on a virtual pinball table, and it runs smooth. Yep. Yeah. It's definitely they've got good hardware and stuff in it, but really it boils down to all the drivers working together, right? Well, that comment just fits. That's quite a long one. But if it was another line down, we'd be screwed. So yeah, looks like I've still not finished customizing. I'm going to have to see if I can make that wider. Probably end up stuffing it up. Like I said, it took 3 hours of fiddling around with little changes in the what is it, CSS or whatever it's called, CCS. Anyway, we better carry on. I think we're caught up in the comments there. Okay, so I was talking about covering the LEDs of the bay window, and I better check see if it's working since the power outage, or power ripple, or whatever it was that caused it. So that's the same camera in the daytime, rainy, horrible day outside. And at night time it would do this, as I was talking about it. I'll just zoom in. You can see it's still noisy. And the LEDs, infrared ones that have a red tinge to it, like heat, reflects off the window, causing this redness. So what I did is I put tinfoil and covered them, as I was saying at the start of the show. And now that we've got this on here, although it's got some leakage, you can still see it's noisy, but it's pitch black outside, and you can see there's enough ambient light from the moon and the stars and street lights to almost see it. It's not too bad, and it's going through a window, right? Obviously outside it'd be nice and clear, like the Sky camera, although that's got a lot of raindrops on it still probably, and it's all blurry. A grey day there. So yeah, so it's all messed up there. Front of the house is also going through a window. That one's down, is it? Might have to unplug that one later and replug it. That one's not on a UPS, you see. Typical Chinese camera. The firmware's pretty shoddy. It should automatically reconnect. Although it's coming up on the phone, so seems to be having a problem going to the MV. Maybe I might just have to go around and switch everything off and on again. There's definitely something going on there. One of the other cameras down too. Men in Black are trying to sabotage me. When I want to show stuff, it doesn't work. It's always problems. You always got to be proactive. Really, they should build like large capacitors in it so it can withstand a power dip. So it never has to, and it should automatically detect and reconnect to the router. Some of the cameras don't. Really bad firmware coding, right? Anyway, we can close those two down. There we go. And yeah, so do we talk about GUFON? I suppose we could have a little laugh at him. So I did this little video, Mr. Clown Man, and he was going on that Cambian was going to sue him, which Cambian didn't say. He said it'd be consequences. In other words, bad karma would be coming his way, or other things like strikes on his channel probably. So yeah, I did this little video, little comedy video.
Because I was told the next time I said that, I would be sued. I'm gonna sue everybody who calls me Scambian.
The volume's a wee bit low, I think.
I'm Scambian. That's libel. That's defamation of character. You can't do it. You can't. Meanwhile, in the same breath, he's calling me toothless, drug addict, hoaxer, liar. Here you go, Scambian. Take that to the court system, you POS.
That's pretty good, doesn't it?
All right.
I did a pretty good job of it, I
Got
think.
that out of my system.
Yeah, so he's telling everybody Steve's real name, and people can use that name to look up his street address and harass him. So he's doxing them. Remember, he says he never doxes anybody. So if a name, street address, phone number, email is not self-doxed or public knowledge, you're not allowed to blab it out in public, else it's called doxing, and you can be sued or get a strike and stuff for it. So I had to put beeps in to edit out.
Not even his real name. You can't sue somebody over a fake.
I had thought that Steve had self-doxed his name and made his information not searchable online, but obviously it hadn't, and he asked me to put that in.
Name, you fraud!
See what I've done here. Since there's a lot of extra knighting, you know how people get knighted at the end of the year, you know, from the royal family. It's just a lot of BS. It's just a stupid royal title, isn't it? I've got Blake Cousins dressed up as a hooker or a clown girl or whatever. I don't know. And I got his brother also. And this clown over here is doing the wanking, saying he's a wanker, which he is. And this girl's laughing her head off here. I think she's meant to be someone famous, so I just added it in.
Yeah, he did 3.5 hours last night on me and Thirdphase of Moon again because of my narcissist show. It's like pulling, you know, fish out of a bucket. I can live right there. I live right there.
Blake wants you to come, Mike. See, he's saying, come here, Mike.
Come on, everybody. The original, the OG.
Come,
GUFON
baby, come.
Right here for you tonight. Taking it down, taking it up, taking.
So I actually learnt a few more things, and making that little video was the main thing. How to do tracking and overlay things, and that came out quite good. There's a couple of errors in it still, but yeah, I wasn't going to spend more than 6 hours on it for a 2-minute video. So yeah, if you want to get and add your comments to it, you can. Clown University. He keeps going on about GUFON University, so he's now part of the Clown University. Overreacting, attacking people. So all been going on last week or so, and I'm just going to cover it, what's been happening, and what he said about me again. You tried a lot of stuff, which is also the only thing I can see is Temps. So hi. Not really. They've been like that for a long time. What's it at the moment? Yeah, it always sits around about the 80%. The fans kick in and then it goes back down again. I don't know. It's set on my MSI's standard. Keep the computer quiet. Automatic, right? I think the kick on once it gets up to 85, I think, and then it goes down quickly, and you get a lot of noise then. So yeah, the second and third part I put up 2 of clips of what he was talking about here. Nonsense this guy talks.
Sorry, we have ufology to talk about. Yes, that is true. But 9 months. 9 months I've been.
I think he's actually more entertaining as a clown. It's a shame he can't just do that on every video of us.
Dealing with this loser. Losers. Oh, he also.
So he's calling me a loser there, and everybody else that's like Cambian. That's actually the real truthers in ufology. So this is what happens when frauds are worried about their subs and views and money flow, right? They start attacking the people that are actually doing good for ufology. And he kind of has this mental... He actually said a couple of live streams back that he thinks he's got a mental problem. No shit, Einstein. He's forgetful. He doesn't remember things. He's got early dementia. And I've said that for years now, that he has, because I've seen it. Yeah, so he's an idiot. Can't say how much I hate this guy now, because he's just a pure troublemaker. And he's telling people not to watch my channel, and believe everything he says, right? Which is all taken out of context and all totally wrong. And he says he never does that, and everybody believes him. You know, he doesn't lie. Everybody believes him. Yeah, he doesn't put up any of the clips and when he's talking about people, which he should do, like I'm doing now, right? You should always put up clips or part of their video, so that proves to everybody you're not actually lying what's going on.
Also says, you can't call anybody Fat Tony. It goes against community guidelines and YouTube.
Well, if YouTube was doing their job and abided by their own rules, this guy should be long time gone, because he's broken so many community guidelines. It ain't funny. But because he lists this channel as an entertainment channel, not a science and technology channel or educational channel like I do, he gets away with it. So when I put up parody ones, I normally have to put in the keywords that it's a parody and put in the description it's a parody, because it's fairly obvious it is, but you have to put that in there just to safeguard yourself, because I'm not normally an entertainment channel, so I can rebadge certain videos from my normal educational ones, right? So this guy is animated and just looks like he's got a problem, doesn't it? And there's also, this is why I'm different than other UFO channels. These guys like to be on the screen all the time. I don't. Now I could do, but there's no point, you know. I'd rather have my little avatar there. He's very cute and seems to work okay, and proves that I'm able to code and do advanced things. Just as like all the claims I've made that I'm a computer scientist and I got degrees in technology and used to be an ex-tutor. So yeah, this guy is a nobody. He was a car washer, car groomer, window washer, what do you call those, telemarketing guys. So he's always a con man in that case, because when I hear about telemarketing, because I went to a telemarketing interview and I was way overqualified, right? But when they told me what they do and the scripts they do for insurance scamming, I thought, nah, this is not for me. It was in like a seedy little office on top of this building that probably collapsed during the quake, actually. But anyway, carry on. My life's been interesting, I guess, more than this guy's.
Oh, but he can call me a drug addict, a loser, and all that stuff, right?
Which be backed up with facts. Because he's been on screen showing his buds, right? And his vape pen with the high potency in it. That's not helping him.
It's okay for them to do it. Yo, hypocrites. See you in court. See you in court.
Yeah, but you got to remember, he called me an alcoholic with zero proof. If I was left in America, he'd be in court for sure. He called me a pedo, alcoholic, and all sorts of other things.
Court, take me. I want you to. Please do it. Please do it.
So what kind of mental would do that, right? Maybe you should do a class action suit against him. That would be funny as. I wonder who you'd sue. You'd have to sue Thirdphase because they're the bosses, right? They're the ones that are funding them. So they would have to be put into the class action suit.
You would lose in an instant. I have got so much shit that you said about me that's a lie, and financial losses that you caused. Oh, buddy, go ahead. Please take me to court.
So the financial losses is because we woke up some people to this guy being a disinformation agent and working with frauds. So yeah, the loss is legit, right? So he goes on a bit there too. Anyway, Don't want to spend too long on him. And then there's another but. This is where it gets a bit more liable. Again, keeps adding to it, doesn't he? The play button's in the funny place there. What's going on there?
GUFON special. We do what we want, not what they want us to do. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I can't say Cambian anymore because he's going to sue me soon. Who says that? Oh, yeah. Pussies say that. As a loser. So it's impossible for you to be a man.
So if you sue someone, that's your loser. So that means Dr. J that put a strike on me and wanted to take me to court is a loser. I say it works back both ways, doesn't it?
And Fat Tony, you know.
And of course, this guy works with Dr. J Radio because he works with Thirdphase, and they're all part of the panel and all mates, right? So he was behind striking my channel, and remember, before they did that, I was earning $80 in donations a week quite easily, and that was enough to keep the channel sort of funded, you know. And now I get $0 a week generally, apart from ad money, which is very little, about $10 a month I think it is.
Born a fraud. Isn't it ironic that Fat Tony fakes hoaxes worse than anything Thirdphase of Moon did? Worse, because he got.
No one can be worse than Thirdphase of the Moon. They are the worst. They're the shining example of what not to be in a UFO channel. Like they used someone's fake CGI footage only 6 months ago, right? And he's saying they haven't done anything dubious in years, right? Well, when you take someone's fake video and crop it in such a way that it removes the logo and stuff, which is what they must have done, because I don't believe anyone sent it to them like that. I reckon they edited it because they didn't have enough material, right? They got to keep it going all the time. They keep saying they're getting lots of stuff in the email, which is a load of bollocks. They're this bunch of liars. And they've never proven to us to say, oh, here's our inbox here, and just pre-edit it and just block out some of any information, like the email addresses, just have the names there and all the different subjects, and just go through online on the show and say, well, this is all our emails we get, and oh, donation, how come it hasn't kicked off? Oh, right, it's a wee bit slow. What? I fixed it up the other day. Why is that not doing the big name tag underneath? That is weird. At least it danced anyway. Okay, thanks for that, mate. Yeah, it all goes into the pot. I did actually win a wee bit of money on Lotto. You know, I was trying to get the $8 million, and I won $288, so that goes towards the channel. Should really go to my pocket and towards the laptop. But yeah, it really needs to go to funding memberships and licenses and stuff. Yeah, I have to go and check that out again, because the tester comes up different. Comes up with a nice big thick black block underneath with the words, and it reads out the person's name, like Michael King donated such and such on my test one, but it's not doing it on here tonight, even though I was watching it on the screen and everything. Today it's like inverted back, kind of weird. Have to figure that one out. I think Minicam may have done something, you know, since I last rebooted. I'm not sure why though. But yeah, So at least I don't have to keep acknowledging donations. If they're piling in, it does show up on the list here, and people get their name on the screen and stuff. But this guy would do all these, play these little clips. You know, it's quite annoying if you ever watch his show. Plays all these annoying, stupid clips of thanking people.
Busted! Worse! Because it was so obvious, and yet...
As for I identified, he's talking about there. Apparently took someone's video, edited it, and tried to palm it off as his own video. So I'm told. And when he got caught out, he admitted to it, which would have been the sensible thing to do. Apparently he was crying. Crying to these guys here, which wouldn't have cared, and they said, oh, it's best to come out clean. But why would you do that, though? Starting up a new UFO channel, you get hooked up with all the fraud mentality straight away, instead of just putting up videos. It's like ghost hunting. People watch that, even though nothing would happen, they'd still watch it. You know, those live event shows they used to do, ghost hunting live. You don't need to fake anything. And if you are going to use someone else's video, you can say, well, you make sure it's clear in your video editing. This is not my video, but I've edited it to represent what I saw, blah, blah, blah. That's how you be honest. So, yeah. I'm sort of split down the middle here on the guy. But he's full against him. Yet he's in bed with the biggest corrupt people under the planet, Thirdphase of the moon, and all those other grifters on the panel.
Yet Cambian? Sorry, Scambian wants to hang out with Fat Tony, the hoaxer? Oh, well,
hoaxing one thing and admitting to it. Do you forgive, or I don't know if I would. I suppose other people would, especially if they're Christians, right?
He's got, what do you call it? He gets my respect because he came out and told everyone. No, me.
Yeah, it doesn't work with Tyler. Tyler came out and said he faked a couple of things, while not admitting that he faked hundreds of things. So that doesn't cut it either. So yeah, Tyler still hasn't come clean, and he's still in the dirt as far as I'm concerned. Even if Thirdphase had changed, they should delete the whole channel and start anew, because I think a lot of their subs are fake, because normally people would unsub like they do on mine on a weekly basis, right? My channel's natural. You can see my subs go up and down all the time here. That's why Google wanted to drop off, round it down 10%, right? So you never see the extra number on the end, so you can't see it going up and down, because they knew they were fiddling the system and dropping off subs, and people would see it. Especially if you're a big channel, where it only goes up now for Thirdphase when they get 1,000 subscribers, right? That's quite a big difference. So you don't see anything changing unless they get another 1,000 subs. Before, you'd be able to see every single sub, and you can see them come and go and come and go, come and go. But you can't see that now. Only the person that owns the control panel. So I've written my own thing here that grabs the data from the control panel and puts it in a separate display before I start the show. So yeah. So GUFON does have a point here about forgiving someone that hoaxed something, but the guy's a complete idiot though. Blue Chicken, how's it going? I better catch on the side comments. So this is leading into the other stuff I'm going to come up to, what's been going on, because I keep an eye on the fraud channels, as you know. Okay, Temps. The laptop is part of the show. Yeah, without the laptop you can't do a show, right? Or you can't process images and do research. It's part of ufology. You know, you need a decent machine, or a couple of them. Always have a backup, right? Temperatures won't kill it, but it should actually reduce the lifespan of it. But generally laptops will slow down after 4 years, naturally. Which is what I thought had happened to it. But no, Windows and Google have done stuff to the video player to slow it down. I added some clever little plugins, which I should probably talk about. So you can actually have a look at it, where you can actually specify what codecs they use, and but there's a thing called this one here that comes down, enhanced, H.264 So extension you can add on. You can specify what codecs to allow, which I've done here of H.264, and that seems to speed it up a bit. And there's also another one called YouTube Redux. It allows you to customize it back to the old classic layout. So if I go now back to YouTube, so you can do, I'll just close that one because we're done with it. You can access all those clips in the link I just posted before. You can see here it gets rid of that mini player that I was always accidentally clicking all the time, which is another good thing. So the mini player can be removed, and now I can go back into that one full screen here. You can see the layout is back to the old format. Where you got rid of that mini window that you can click on accidentally instead of that one, and you can move the likes and down votes to where it used to be in a place where it's more visible. So you can see I only got 60 views on that so far. You think I'd have thousands of views on that one because it's so good. Clown University Narcissus pretending to be a victim. Pissing myself laughing. And you can change the comment styles. That's really good. That's quite a powerful little add-on, and you just go into the options of it. So you can see I've been doing a lot of research, not on the UFO side of things, but more on the laptop side of things. So can I get it from here? Because it's not pinned. Oh, it probably is, but it's probably because I've made the screen smaller. Whereabouts was it again? Here. So if I click on that, does it come up? Gives you all these options here. I'm not sure, there's probably even more that I haven't even looked at. Use old upload icon to the sidebar. See, a lot of things I didn't muck around with, I just left it on defaults. But the one I unticked was that one there, disable mini player. And that one was ticked, so I unticked that one because it doesn't work when I scale down the video, the screen very well. It clips off this video, but you can specify how big you want it, which is kind of good. Does a lot of things. It's a really good add-on. So if you've got a slow Chrome browser, so this should play without any crackle.
Because I was told the next time I said that, I would be sued. I'm gonna sue everybody who calls me Cambian. I'm Cambian. That's libel. That's defamation of character. You can't do it. You can't.
I notice the cores there are still fairly low. The cores there are still fairly low, so the CPU was peaking there a wee bit. But I don't think I heard any crackle, but I haven't got it on echo feedback. But yeah, it's running a lot better than it was. That add-on sort of improves it. Those two add-ons improve it quite a lot. Anyway, moving on. Work with servers every day. Temps kill CPUs. Yeah, I know that. No, it wasn't anything to do with temperature that was a problem. You'd be amazed what I found out. Lots of things. I found that even half my bandwidth, stupid Intel with the killer network drivers. It's got a throttle system, a service in the background that I didn't know about. As soon as I disable it, I was back on full speed again. So not only was it slowing down my internet on purpose, I found out that Chrome had done a rollout last month which actually makes people's YouTube experience way worse if you're not using a Chrome browser, which I'm not. I'm using Brave. They're doing all these anti-competition things. They should be sued, really. Splitting cores is a good idea. Yep. I think the comments are way old there now. Where are we down to? If not over... I always keep on max when I'm gaming. Yeah, I don't do gaming. But I just need a fast computer to do rendering and music and AI and streams, that sort of thing. If I was going to do game, I'd just use my Google Android box on the TV, right? It's like a PlayStation. It does a good enough job. Need a good medium. Yeah, I've done all that, mate. Believe me, it's running normal. It's because I told it to slow the cores down where it thinks it needs to. Before I had it always on max, so it was always 38. I think once it got up to 100 it would have increased the cores, at least I hope so. But I'm just keeping an eye on that setting. I can always change it back. It's probably because I got this up here running, because I thought Gabber was going to come on. But yeah, I don't know where he is. Right. Our country man's posting on Discord there. Just answer them. Moving on. So yeah, this is what he was saying, and I'll read out the comment after. He was attacking me, saying my debunk was no good, which is a load of cobblers, but we'll just go over that.
I have to do it, guys. I just have to. He might be the worst researcher in the field. The actual worst one is the Out There channel. I know you wouldn't have heard of him if it wasn't for Thirdphase of Moon, if it wasn't for me bringing him up 2.5, 3 years ago. He's the worst. And they used his awful, incorrect details on the debunk with the mirror, the glass, the reflection, and they think Thirdphase hoaxed it. Whatever, they didn't prove it at all. And Thirdphase of Moon actually has a video proving them wrong, which I've said a million times. They don't want to see it. It's a joke. They're a joke. And to do a 3.5-hour show about the same thing you've been talking about, that's the only way he can get people to watch. That's the only way, is when he's attacking people, taking what he thinks is the truth and twisting it around. That's not research. Mick West, who used to do If you look at Mick West when he did the gimbal debunk and some other things in the beginning, he did it right. With the bokeh, remember that? He did it right. He showed us, he explained it. Not what these guys do. These guys just say, it looks like CGI. First of all, Cambian said all third phase of moon videos are captured by the same camera. Yeah, 10,000 videos sent to them, all in the same camera. Lie. All the videos are CGI. Lie. He also said that 30 debunks. Lie. So, there was not one thing that was debunked on any of those videos. And if you think they debunked something, can you send...
Now, this got occasional clicking when I was capturing this because it was using the old stuffed up system before I fixed it. So this clicking on there is actually on the video. But, yeah, can you believe what this guy's saying about me? And us in general. You know how he's attacked Mick West as well, saying he's one of the worst debunkers, hoaxes, or whatever. He just chooses what he wants to say about someone, good or bad. What suits his agenda, right? Now, I do maybe not as much crazy detail in mathematics and triangulations and overlays as much as Mick West does on a particular case he's looking at. But I do it on live streams, the debunks, and I do overlays and go through all the signatures I see in the video, which points to it to being CGI. Now, he doesn't even know what CGI is. You remember, I come from an industry where I was actually running CAD CAM for university. So, I know how good some of the videos can be and the problems they have in them. Back in those days, though, it probably took a whole night running just to process a little rendering. Now you can do that in real time pretty much, yeah, so let's just go through. So there was nothing wrong with my LA debunk. Remember, I put through filters and saw reflections off glass that's they were filming through. That's 100% proof that it was staged. Doesn't matter if it's not the right house. When I saw that daytime footage with the glass panels going around the balcony, and it had similar trees, I thought, bingo, they've been caught. They finally revealed their location of filming, only to find out there was another place which didn't have that same design balcony. Doesn't mean it doesn't have glass that doesn't go upwards when you push a button. Which I showed in another live stream, but this guy doesn't watch my stuff, right? So he doesn't learn. If he watched me, he'd probably learn a lot, but then because he's got a mental problem and forgets things, he said it himself, then it wouldn't be any use to him. So what I said up here was, I will keep exposing his lies on me. 1. My LA event debunk is valid on the filter analysis showing reflection where Alien Addict also saw odd light stepping down. Obviously someone's smartphone was reflecting off the glass, right? He had the better footage. I didn't manage to get it. At least he managed to capture it before they took it down. Don't matter if glass balcony, not saying. I've proven they had glass. End of story. 2. Cambian never said all videos same camera. What he said was all those in the debunk that guy did were all filmed off the same camera, going back 5 years, wasn't it? So he did 5 years, not 8 years. He went back over 5 years of videos. where they were pretending to be on different places, South America and whatnot, and filming it on an island. And then later Thirdphase come out and said, oh, it was just an experiment, we were just doing acting, and some of them may have got onto the channel as blah blah blah, you know, some useless excuse. Now he's saying we don't want to look at the evidence, so I've never been presented the evidence. But I think it's that same video I have already looked at and used it to see that there is a glass table on the balcony that could have been used, lean against the railings there. But it also could have some slide up panels which we can't see because they don't go down the steps and film the other side of the balcony. If they got video footage of that, we'd be glad to have a look at it. But yeah, he's not sent me an email with a link to it. So yeah, what he's saying here is a load of bollocks. I haven't even been approached with that evidence. What he's talking about is Alien Addict wasn't interested because he knows they are lying. He knows they faked it. Why would... And he's also got the same daytime video because I sent it to Alien Addict. Why would he want to receive the same video that he's already got where he knows there's no glass going around? Well, no visible glass, but there was some glass. One end of the balcony did have glass, but it's on the wrong end of the balcony, wherever the other end also has clip-on glass panels, which it could do, because maybe like a cheap... It looked like it had some railings where you could clip on the glass. I won't go over it all again, but it did actually look like it had some bars where you can actually get sheets of glass and clip it on. So I think that's what maybe they have got, and they've probably got it stored in the side part of the house that we haven't seen. Maybe it's down the side of the house or something, inside a storage thing that you open up and then you grab each one and just clip it on if you want to block out the wind. So yeah, I'm not sure if there was any more added to that one. But yeah, disgusting what he's saying here. It's untrue, and he should be playing the clip. And why isn't he not playing the clip of my analysis and then playing the Thirdphase on his show? That's what a real UFO investigator would do, right? Event attack of my debunk is BS. Okay. So his fans are so dumb, or his cult fans, they're also the same fans of Thirdphase, but he's getting all the money and they're not getting the money now, so obviously they don't care because they'd rather have him as a tech mouthpiece for them, and they wouldn't care if he gets shut down as long as it doesn't affect their income and their channel and their reputation of not causing drama on their channel. You can see he's being used and he's being paid in various ways, and we'll get into that. So we're done with that part of it. More lies and dummy. Okay, so what's he saying here? Okay, we'll just play it. Can't remember now.
All he does is talk to hoaxers. What about you? Richard Doty, Anjali. He had them all on his show. What a hypocrite. You know what I mean? How do you say one thing to me and can't look in the mirror and think that for yourself, moron? I mean, it's so funny to me. I just can't believe how people don't think. He doesn't think. They don't think. They are literally, I don't want to say stupid, but they're not the brightest bulb on the tree. They think they've done all this magic and all this work, and yeah, take me to court because I will win. Especially if you want to go that route, bro, I'm waiting.
Oh, I'd love to, and see him lose and have to pay money for the rest of his life to people, victims that he's made. Well, why YouTube allows this guy to function is beyond me. I reported the alcoholic comment saying it's slander. Nothing was done. Reported the pedo comment. Nothing was done. Apart from them deleting it, not giving them a strike for it. This is what I mean. It seems to be one rule for one and one rule for themselves.
Because he caused me, and I can prove it because the stats from April on show the decline, the massive decline in support.
I think he's his own victim. He's the one that's causing the decline by the way he attacks people and people leave, because he's always attacking people, and the people that stay are the people that like that sort of stuff, right? He hardly does any UFO stuff whatsoever, and he just talks about it. He doesn't show any analysis, doesn't even look up Google just to check his facts. The guy's a complete moron. Alright, so he's talking about the other debunk. Yeah, I was the one that exposed him faking that, by the way, and everybody else has now claimed ownership of it, I guess. And they don't say, oh, out their channel proved what's going on. But he talks about that one where he shines the laser pen at the blanket that's behind him, which is like a green blanket, so you can do green screen. And he's got various lights to illuminate it and stuff. Well, when you shine a green laser pen at it, it makes a white dot. It makes a really bright green dot where the what they call it, green string, or what's it called, chroma key. They call it chroma key. So in chroma key you choose a color that you don't wear or is unlikely to be in the room. And it's going to be the same color as the sheet you choose. So you normally choose green because green's the least common one to having in the house, I guess. Unless you got pot plants or weed buds showing on the screen. But yeah, if you shine a green laser beam, it changes the green off the blanket to a brighter color, obviously. And that shows up as a white dot because it's a bit like infrared cameras where the IR light always shows up as white. Well, it's the same thing with a laser pen. And in one hand, he puts under the table, and you can clearly see he's got his thumb on some sort of button there as he puts it under the table. It looks like a laser pen, or a combination thing. It might be like a tape recorder / laser pen for ghost hunting. And in the other hand, he's got the vape pen. I haven't got the video handy to re-go over that, but it's on BitChute, I think. But if you look carefully, I'm not sure if I got it here, but we might be able to do a search on Twitter for it actually.
Support for GUFON when he started making those videos. It was within 2 weeks, a week after. It was instant. Because people out there, for some reason, bought into the bullshit. And
I think he's a hoaxer deep down. I think all those balloons he was releasing and filming and claiming to be humanoids just to get on TV was all staged and hoaxed. And I think the laser pen just proves that he's able to still do little hoaxes and seems to get away with it.
And I don't understand how people could donate to GUFON, support the show for
I
over
don't
a
understand
year
it either.
and then immediately think that he's right after all we've been through? And there was no proof showing anything that I did wrong. Trying to say I hoaxed an orb sighting because I had my vape pen in my hand and it's a laser pointer. No,
notice how he pointed to his left hand here when he said vape pen. Yes, he did in that video. He did have the vape pen in that hand, but on this hand, he had a laser pointer. See, he changes the story and tries to make up false facts to fit his agenda to try and do damage control.
Vape pen. And orbs aren't white. on laser pointers. They're green, red, right? I don't know any.
See, this is how dumb he is in technology. He doesn't understand how chroma key works, right? So, he can prove it by actually putting up his green screen and getting a laser pen and actually show what color it is. Then people should be believing him, saying, "Oh, look, it's not actually white." Well, actually, it actually showed up as white with some green and red edging on it. Actually, so yeah, he's just liar, hoaxer, hoaxer.
Orbs from a laser pointer. I don't even know how you do that. How do you make an orb out of a laser pointer? You would see the, right? Wouldn't you see the?
Okay, so how many people on my show would think you'd see a laser beam from a laser pointer? You see me do nighttime experiments with my one. Did you see any laser beams? No. You'd have to have smoke particles in the air to actually interrupt the beam to actually show it up. You know, that's a bit like shining it through clouds and stuff. So he has no clue what he's talking about. I'm sure his audience should know that too.
The beam? Anyway, I faked it, you know, all that.
You did, mate. You're a liar. So, stupid he is. Vape pen was in the left hand. The laser pointer was in the right hand. 2, for a body lingo expert he claims he is, he sure looks right a bit. Neurological programming, or whatever it's called, means lying, making a story up. So if you watch him again, supposing him working with frauds, why fans left. So that's why he lost money. Green screen equals white dot with green laser.
All he does is talk to hoaxers. What about you? Richard Doty, Anjali. He had them all on his show. What a hypocrite.
The click in there is actually on the video, I believe. Let me just go back.
All he does is talk to hoaxers. What about you? Richard Doty, Anjali. He had them all on his show.
Oh, yeah.
What a hypocrite. You know what I mean? How do you say one thing to me and can't look in the mirror and think that for yourself, moron? I mean, it's so funny to me. I just can't win. Especially if you want to go that route.
See, he always looks this way. Which means he's making up a story. So he's caught out in his own body language there. So, yeah. It's going to be an ongoing battle with this guy, I think. He doesn't learn. What a 3-ring circus from that side of ufology. Okay, what was that one from? It was probably that one, was it? Probably shouldn't have done that. Oh. What's going on? Are we being censored? Yes, that's correct. Interrupted me. Yeah, what was that one from? So Twitter just exposed my email. Not that I care. Oh, here we go. Because you can get it anyway through the About tab. Alright, he's talking about the Thirdphase panel. Have I done that one yet? Is that the panel men? Is that the same one? Let me just have a look.
Not entertaining. I'm just saying he's lying. But I think people are getting confused with the entertainment part and the reality. And the reality is everything that he said is made up. It's not true. And we have asked For 3 weeks straight on a Tuesday, every Tuesday, I said, if you guys want to come on here and talk about it and show me where I'm wrong.
He wouldn't listen anyway if he did. He's stupid. I've tried to go on his show before and they've cut me off. And they'll jump on the bandwagon and start attacking inside comments, and it's just stupid. Come on, voice. Could you imagine that? Let me on his show on voice. Probably would tear him a bits. I'd better bring up clips and show where he's lying, and actually show what really is going on, and people would wake up, hopefully. He wouldn't let it happen. So he's saying that he advertised that people can get on his show, but he's blocked me, so I can't even do that much. So Cambian's probably blocked as well, probably. Yeah, you're just lying. Just block everybody and say, oh, look, come on my show, you're invited. And you can't do anything. Yeah, it's real smart, mate. That's really clever. Just proving a point that that people don't want to cut and face you because they're scared. Because you blocked them.
Let's talk about it. No reason to yelp. They never came on. Never showed an interest because they know we're right. So I'm asking, how does that make you feel? You don't care. You don't care. As long as there's something going on and there's drama and you're entertained, that's all that matters to the majority of us, right?
To his
that's
fans,
why Alien Addict does what he does on his show. Try to muster up the drama. For who? For himself. Not for the greater good.
Well, that's true. Alien Addict have always called a player. Plays the one side off against the other for views and subs.
Let's do some research like Thirdphase, me, Dark Hour, Doc Skinner.
When have they ever done any research, guys? Seriously. If you can give me any place where they've done some research, send the clip to me. I think maybe the only time they've put up any research has been when it's been playing Mick West's stuff or Scott Brando or something like that. You know, a real researcher. But yeah, their own research where they bring up the flight radar data and overlay it and all that sort of stuff. Star maps, nah. Never seen them once do it. They just talk about a video and just say it could be this, could be that. No, it can't be that. We don't think it could be this, but we don't think it is. You know, that doesn't mean anything to ufology and just keeps the money rolling in.
Apollo, all of us are working on stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah, so they can do a grift on it, right, to make more money.
All of us are. We're helping each other.
Yeah. Grifters
we
help
actually
each other.
have a network of panel members for third phase of Moon.
They have
is
a
what
panel of
GUFON
grifters.
should be. And thank God they like me enough and trust me that I could be a part of it. And
they're just using you as a mouthpiece, mate. It's fairly obvious. Not after your intelligence, because you haven't got any. Third phase of the moon and panel members are no experts. They've said it on their show many times. I would never say that because you know you don't do degrees and not be an expert on stuff, right? Let alone anything other than attention seeking and cash building. Acting, they don't do research. Alright, yeah, I'm saying the actors, all these guys wanted to be actors on TV. He certainly did, because he did all those fake balloons being humanoids and sent onto TV things to get on TV. And he also tried to send his fake palm tree alien out the backyard to Tyler, and he wasn't having a bar of it. They don't do research, not even basic apps for stars and planes, or overlays, or pattern matching like Mick and I do. Hypocrite is Steve Cambian. I see it to Steve Cambian. So yeah, panel members are grifters, all of them. Even that one that's meant to be a PhD scientist is clearly either so stupid, but he's clearly a grifter. And that XBI guy, he's definitely a grifter, and now he runs his own media company, which kind of suggests that he'll do anything for promoting it and making money from it. Same as 411, exactly the same deal. Ex-cop, dirty cop, claiming things which are untrue. He's been caught out. So gradually going through it here. So here we go. So GUFON admits he does get paid by Thirdphase. And remember he said he was denying, prove it on Twitter. I'm not sure if Mike saw it or not. He's saying prove where I get where they said that they pay me. Well, he actually says it on Alien Addict's show here, which is actually in the second part of the documentary about the 2-hour mark, if you've not watched it yet. But I got a better quality snap of it here. Claims not a cheerleader for money. That's not true, as I've seen public supers from them, because I donated on his side chat when he's been defending them, right? And plus they promote him. So when I was on his show trying to debate him and about the lies against me, Blake Cousins there was cheering him on and sent him money, along the same as DB Cooper and all the other weed heads, right? It's not true, as I've seen public supers from them when he defends, plus they promote him heaps. They pay for cheerleading that way. So by promoting him on their main channel, they're sending views and subs his way. So that's money, not direct money, but money through new members he gets that starts doing super pays, right? So this is where he admits it. One breath he's saying he doesn't get paid, and then he adds on cheerleading. So he doesn't get paid for being a mouthpiece, but he gets the kickback of views and subs. And then he says, oh, but they do pay me for ad money that they get on their second channel. So he was making videos on their second channel. He gets all that money. Well, no, they split it in half. So they must make a lot of money from it for splitting it in half. Else it'd only be a few bucks, right?
I need to go watch it straight away after
A
this
couple
show.
of months ago, he put a video up of me defending Thirdphase with music behind it. Fine, I mean, that was cute and funny and everything. And I listened to him talk about how I suck their ass and I get paid by him or them, and all the other lies and all this shit. Yeah, I mean, I do work for them. I don't get paid to be their cheerleader. You know, I edit videos. I go to on Thirdphase UFO Report and I put videos up and try to, you know, figure out what they're actually posting on their channel. And, you know, I get the ad revenue from that. And that's because I did all the work, you know, and that's it. I don't get paid to be a cheerleader. I don't get paid to be their friend. It's all business on that end. And, you know, I haven't done a video in a few months over there. But the thing with Cambian that really is frustrating, and, you know, he never does anything positive. It's always a negative. He never brings anything new to the field that can actually propel ufology forward. It's always taking somebody down, making somebody look bad because they talk shit. I get it. I mean, I've done it. You know, it's just there's no other side to the guy. It's all negative. It's bad juju over there, man. I mean, I don't...
If you're exposing frauds and... of course, it's all going to be bad, sound bad, but it's good for ufology to expose the frauds so people wake up and stop following them. So, he should look at himself in the mirror, really, doesn't he? But yeah, there you go. He admits that he gets paid. And that was what I was looking for. I know I have seen it somewhere. And I think there's also Blake Cousins on the side saying, yeah, we do pay him from the other channel. I'm not sure if it was on that show or not, but they do say it in the comments too somewhere. Maybe that's why he owned up to it. GUFON does. I say GUFON is on the payroll. But there might be something more going on with the subs as well. So we just go over that. So close that one. Now this is how you do it, people. You play the clip of what they actually say, and then you add to it, right? You don't just simply attack someone and say he said this and that and it's wrong, blah blah blah, without people seeing it. So what's been going on? Red alert! Someone is cheating on YouTube. You don't get 320 subs from 1,000 views. Oh right, I put a K on the end by mistake. I should actually correct that. Oop. Shame you can't edit posts, you know. 1,000 views, not. Hit the space bar. I should put 1K, that's what I was probably thinking. But yeah, what time did I post that? Probably at 4 in the morning. So I always see the mistakes later and I want to edit it, but I don't think you got edit still, have we? Unless he snuck it on. Can't see anything of edit there. Kind of stupid, really. So you don't get 1/3 subs. Imagine if I did that, 100 views, and I'd get 30 subs every 100 views. That would be amazing. That doesn't happen. Mr. GUFON, nothing to do with being on Kirk's show, which I'll actually play a clip of. I wonder who bought him subs. It should hurt his channel. Google will detect you don't buy subs with views. So when you buy, if you're going to buy subs, you buy the views for it as well. So I'll just zoom in and just show you. This is from social, what's it called? Social Blade, isn't it? Anyway, you can see suddenly his views suddenly jumped up, but suddenly his subs jumped up, but his views stayed constant, which shouldn't happen, right? So you can see here 300 views and only 1,300 subs, and that's what he gets normally, right? That can't happen. That means subs have been bought there. And I haven't checked it today, but it's probably, that 10's probably gone up to 100 again. So I reckon he's so desperate to get to that 10,000 mark that he's bought subs, or someone used him being on Kirk's show as an excuse because he's a big channel. And he shouldn't have even been on Kirk's show. Kirk is obviously a shill for Ufology and promoting other shills, grifters, because he wants to build his channel up. So the way is to be friends with the grifters, because the guy hasn't replied to me. So we just go over that. So yeah, if you want to make a comment on Twitter, I'll post the link there. GUFON is buying subs because, you know why? Because Cambian subs have been going up like 30, 50 a day. And he's catching up to him really fast. And all he was doing is putting up Corey Good stuff. And he was getting lots of views and subs on it. In fact, who's that? I'll just check to see if that's not Kirk replying to me. No replies from Kirk. But I'll just show you what I posted to him, since I'm going to bring him up. I'm not sure if it shows up on the main page or not. That's why I retweet it, so it shows up. Oh yeah, I won the copyright claim on that other one, Shit in the Bottle. The video I did. The guy, I put a dispute and I said, well, it's a parody, it falls under fair use regardless. And I told him other stuff, and he released it, which he should do if he's a good person. So yeah. And of course I said I put a link to his channel in the description, which I didn't have to do, but I did. So we got other stuff here to go over. So yeah, it looks like I should retweet those ones. So you go tweet and replies, and you get all the other stuff that you don't get to see on the main thread, right? Unless I retweet it. Okay. So it should be more stuff that shows up. Recapping. No, coming up to that. Coming up to that. So Lions Grounds is back. He's renamed his channel from Astro Citizens back to Lions Ground. I said here. Okay, I said here theory of everything, which is Kirk. So his name is spelled with a C, not a K. People spell it with a K, like Kirk. So I sent him the link to my GUFON movie and things. Did you ever watch this? And then before then I said to him, hey mate, if you haven't already, I would remove that show with GUFON and Alien Girl on grifters, liars working with Thirdphase, who are both damaging ufology more and more as the years roll on. You are giving them subs and views. Happy New Year, Paul. So you'd think he would reply to that. You'd think other people would be liking that. So I'll just retweet it, make sure it's on the main page. Something is off with GUFON stats. So that was when I first noticed it changing. And he was saying it's because he was on the Kirk show. So we're just keeping an eye on it more and more. So he's definitely, or probably one of his friends, starting with B1 and B2, may have bought him some subs, eh? Thinking, oh, we'll just use the Kirk show as a cover, so he can dismiss it, right? Kirk is a shill promoting shills, rifters, because he also had Napon and Corbell. I'll just play part of the show under fair use so you can see what I'm talking about. So if you want to make comment on that, retweet it. So you can see people don't pay any attention to my stuff, right? And if they did, people would wake up. It's a shame, really. So this is the show where he invited lots of UFO people, but he excluded Cambian and myself. And he's got a lot of these other grifters on, which only add nothing to ufology apart from noise, and makes their pockets bulge with cash. In fact, these guys all use StreamYards, and none of them are any experts on technology whatsoever. And I think that's that Australian guy that Cambian talked about. What's his name? Australian newsreader that sort of lost his job because he did such a bad investigation. He's meant to be an investigative reporter. Did such a shabby job that he got called out because the guy that he was claiming to be a witness of some pedophile network or something was actually lying. Of course, you meant to, you know, if he did a simple background check on the guy, he would have seen all the criminal record and what he got done for, not to actually believe a word he was saying. But anyway, we'll just play a clip here. You can see it was only on there for 5 minutes or something ridiculous, and he goes and doesn't say anything about ufology whatsoever. So I'll just roll it back a wee bit. I'll just play that clip. I might have to
Alien girl Amy.
I think this is where the grifters join Alien Girl, who her very first comment years ago to me is that she couldn't understand a word I was saying, believe it or not. And you listen to her thick Texas accent, it's really hard to understand her. So it's no wonder. And she's actually lost some weight there too. And she's a weed smoker, surprise, surprise. And now she's on the third phase of the moon panel. So I'll just copy and paste that so you can have a watch of it if you want to, but you'll see a load of grifters on there. Theory of everything, panel. So we'll just go over it, play a clip of it, volume. Just turn it down a wee bit.
Hey,
What's
how's
up,
it
Curt?
going?
How's it going?
Oh,
Good.
yuck. Her voice has already got to me. There's some females that I just can't stand. You can see that she's attention seeking straight away. This is the difference between me and them. Me is about the topic and only focusing on stuff to do with the topic, nothing to do with me.
Good. How's it
to
going
see
for
you.
you?
Great,
Me
great. It's good to
too.
finally meet you. Richie GUFON, good to meet you as well. Thank you for
GUFON.
your patience. I appreciate that, man. Garrett Vandenberg.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Well, we met. Good to see you again.
Yeah.
Chris Leno and Daniel
Hey, guys.
from Active Inference. I know there's a ton of people. Like, these are all podcasters. We're all podcasters. Every single person here is a podcaster.
And grifter.
Even you, Ross.
I am. Even
Being
you.
demoted.
Even you.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you. Welcome to this celebration.
Yeah, what are you going to
All
say
the
about
links to
ufology?
Every one of you will be on the screen shortly, but I'm going to go through one by one. Ross, I want to promote your podcast, Need to Know, as well as the book. Or you can say
In plain sight.
In Plain Sight. I'm hebetudinous.
Grifter.
Amy, Alien Girl 111. The username says it all. You can search for that, and that I believe is also your
Grifter.
Twitter and your YouTube.
That is correct. That's where you can find me on everything. Just Google it and everything pops up. And thank you so much for having me on. This
How
is
dare
amazing.
she
Yeah,
criticize
yeah,
my
yeah,
voice?
yeah.
She's
Well,
terrible.
thank you for being so patient. It's like just waiting in the airport lounge, I'm sure. You're just like, okay, come on. The flight said it was supposed to come on an hour ago. It's delayed, and I have this. And so thank you all. I know. Chris Leto, I believe, doesn't need much of an introduction, but I'll attempt to give one in.
So that's the ex-airline pilot trying to do a live show debunking Mick West. Yes, the stuff I've seen has been very amateurish on the poor side of things myself, on his so-called fact-finding facts. Remember he did the Ukraine one? You know, I did a lot of research on meteorites and all that other stuff and edited it in. He just put it up there. And then saying that this could be real evidence of UFOs. You shouldn't even... These people are just terrible.
Anyway, it's a former pilot, correct?
Yes. Yep. Air Force.
Former Air Force pilot who has a great channel that analyzes UAPs. And also you have...
So, Air Force pilot that thinks he's some technical expert without any qualifications. In fact, they should actually read out what qualifications they have got. And their last job or whatever, you know.
have your own TOE, which we'll talk about at some
Doesn't
point.
everybody?
About 10 of them. So Garrett, doesn't say, is from This Could Be Interesting, the podcast,
That's right.
right? And you also have your own music channel, which, again, I'll link all of these.
Great.
Rich
Hey.
GUFON, 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 so like
GUFON.
UFO with G and N placed at the borders.
Sure. Yeah, greatest UFO network.
Oh, right.
Actually, it's my last name, Giordano's UFO network. Yeah.
Well, it serves multiple purposes.
Should actually be
It does.
God Grief UFO Network.
For instance, it's a pleasure to meet you. I don't think we met, man.
We have not. No, we just emailed back and forth. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, I didn't do any background check on him, you dumbass, Kirk.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice
Everybody
to meet you,
here
man.
too.
Yeah. And Ross,
So why
I
don't
don't
you
know if you're
invite
familiar.
Thirdphase along and Tyler Klockner? I'm sure they'd been happy to join you.
So who here are you familiar with, Ross?
I know Chris very well. In fact, I just saw some beautiful pictures of Chris's family just the other day. He posted a beautiful Christmas picture, and I congratulated him on his beautiful kids and family.
Oh my God, this is that Australian investigative reporter that Cambian just absolutely shattered to pieces on how dangerous this guy. He's out promoting all sorts of crap in ufology. So he's another one that's generating noise. He has no clue how to research, debunk things. It's just really terrible. So that's that bald-headed guy there, is it? Let's just zoom in and have a look. Look at all these fake smells on. You can tell it's fake smells, right? And these two clowns here. Look at this guy. Doesn't he look like he's in the circus with all the lights in the background and that clothing he's got on? He looks like he's a clown. This guy looking really sad. He's thinking, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't have been on this panel. That guy's got a smirk on his face. And yet, look at the grumpy old face on that one. Duh, this is boring. So you're saying, what are you saying about her? So you've had a bit of a run-in with Alien Girl too, haven't you? By the looks of it. Looks like message disappeared. I have to click on it again. Funny thing, she don't give a crap about real UFOs unless it's from some type of government official. Good luck with that. Yeah, exactly.
And Richie, I sort of know, although I do like your shirt, sir. It's fantastic. I wish I had one of those.
So he sort of knows. So this is an investigative journalist. He should know that this guy's the worst thing for ufology, including himself.
And Alien Girl and Garrett and Daniel, I'm going to have to inform myself. But lovely to meet all of you.
Great to meet you, Ross.
Likewise. Eh?
How was
All right,
Australia,
so-
Ross?
Yeah.
How was Australia?
How's Australia? Are you back there?
Yeah, it's beautiful. In fact, we've.
So what's the show meant to be about? Nat, Corbell, Hoffman, and over 40 other grifters. Not a podcast just to talk about each other rather than talk about the topic of UFOs. What's the point of the show, really?
We've had the
And you notice that this guy, oops, I double clicked. You notice this guy, Kirk, downloads the live show and edits them. I'm not sure if he cuts out bits or what. And then he re-uploads it. So not only does he get views for the live show, now he gets views for the upload because people will watch it. And how many views did he get here? 40,000 on that, and almost 2,000 likes. And all he's done is interview big knobs like Nap, Corbell, who's the other guy? Elizondo, Linda Moulton Howe, who he upset. And that was his best interview ever. That's the only thing good that people have been promoting of his. He's meant to be a PhD in science, this guy, and yet he can't do simple background check on people he has on a live show. And doesn't ask them any hard questions. If you have these grifters on a show, then you bring up clips and say, can you explain this to the audience, and actually tear them bits. But no, that doesn't happen. So yeah, I suppose we'll leave it there, and not soon after they leave, I think. Let's just pop it on a wee bit. I think he's gone soon. After here. Okay, Lou joins and then GUFON disappears.
Appreciate you coming on.
But I'm a bit surprised that Lou didn't actually call out these people. He's been way too civil.
It's lovely to have you. Thank you for spending some of your December 30th with me. Like, you all, like Lou, Robert, Daniel, Chris, Ross. Ross is just chilling with me, man. Ross is now living with me right here, sitting in that chair. And Amy, I haven't heard you speak up much, so I'm gonna.
He isn't speaking at all.
Speech out of you.
Yes, no, please, yes. I'm
Oh,
just really
no,
excited
please don't
to be here.
talk.
Bye, Rich. Have a good one.
Bye, Rich.
Bye, Rich.
And Lou, before
How can anybody watch you on a live stream? I do not know. I'd have to have some pitch modifier on that.
Told you to speak up, but I do need to give Lou give an introduction to himself. So, Lou, please, for the audience who may not be aware of you, give
I guess
introduction.
if you're in America, you're probably used to it, but if you live outside America, that accent is just so over the top. You know, I find his voice okay, and GUFON's voice okay, and Lou's voice okay, but her voice is just like driving a nail straight through your heart.
To yourself, and then also to Lou Reviews, please.
Yeah, hi. My name is Luis Jimenez. I organized a grassroots efforts for a national call-in to Congress for more clarity on the UAP topic. And recently, I've also added movies, video games, food reviews to my channel. So we'll be doing a lot of that stuff too. And so,
Thank you for
that's
coming on. Are you okay,
me in
man?
a nutshell. Yeah.
Are you doing okay?
Yes. I'm doing great.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, Amy. Sorry, you were champing. At the
Yes. I just want to say this is such a great, you've done so amazing. I've been listening to it all day long. You've had such amazing guests. I'm blown away by all the people I'm around. I really, great podcasters, great people. I guess just thank you so much for having me here. And just like to piggyback kind of on what Ross was saying about the information never making it to the public, right? And that's really the biggest concern of all. And we always talk about, well, nothing's really happening. And it's fun because Lou Jimenez is here, big phone home guy, right? But there are politicians like Tim Burchett, there's Marco.
Okay, I think my mixer has a problem. I'll just reset that.
Rubio, we all know. And so I'm just really
better.
excited that we're all just here talking about it. Sometimes
I think there's
half
a
of it
bug
is
in
just,
the new mixer,
it's just
actually.
talking about it. It's such a complex topic, and when you can finally link up with people who are really trying to get to it. So thank you so much.
I think I
for
still
putting
got a
this
few
together.
more
Thanks for
things to
inviting me.
find
This
out
is
that's
just-
gone wrong.
I'm having a lot of fun.
So, Robert, about UFOs, have you been asked about that on your?
So you notice that GUFON's gone. He didn't say anything. Cam gone, claiming that he's going to get latest. Now he's claiming all the subs come from that show. I just call bollocks on that. So anyway, enough of that bullshit. Okay, so on to more UFO stuff, I guess. Right, before we do that, where's the link gone? I think I may have had it here. Talking about people buying subs, apparently I was told, and later I was proven by this here, which I'll go over, that Tyler indeed must have bought subs, or someone did for him. He would be clever enough to give money to like his cousin and tell him to buy subs for the channel through this company. So he sort of can claim he didn't know anything about it if it got caught out on it. But because the way these subs work, they use people to click and join naturally through their YouTube channels, and they pay them like 10 cents every time they join, given something to join through the website that the CEO of the website that runs the fake subs and clicks and views, right? So yeah, one day I was watching, and he was only getting like 10 to 50 new subs a day a few years before all the trouble started with him being addicted again. And then suddenly it jumped up to 500 to 700 views a day, subs a day, I mean, and the views didn't really change. And that's when he was at the 800,000 mark. And then someone said, yeah, I know someone that runs the company or something said, yeah, he bought 1.5 million subs. And I thought, yeah, that sounds right. So if you add on 1 million to 800k, that makes it 1.8 million. And if you add on the 500k, that brings it up to almost 2.3 million, right? What's he at the moment? So he lost a few over his downtime. So I reckon it would have been up to I think he was getting up to almost 3.3. I think before the trouble he was up to 3.2, wasn't he? Then suddenly it started dropping by 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. So, yeah, so here Lionscrown actually did a piece about him faking being trolled by himself. And I'll just play a clip of it here. And I'll post a link to it.
Created likely just moments before he posted the comment. And so the comment...
So I'm not going to waste your time with Tyler's made-up story, because as soon as you start to listen to him, then yeah, that's the moment that you no longer pay attention. And oof, that's oopsie pootsie. Okay. So he shows a profile of one of his haters, and in his video he shows the about section. And
did he leave because when Lee joined? I think so. Because he knew if he was going to talk, Lou would be pulling faces at him. Probably. But yeah, this is talking about Tyler and his fake account. And he got caught out. He didn't log out of the fake account. You know, when you logged into YouTube, if you post a comment, your comments are always put up top if you're the account owner. And as you saw in that screen snapshot back here, let me. Angry Truth Seeker, you've probably heard that terminology. It's got no likes on it, and if you look at the count, it had nothing. It was brand new count. So it says 48 minutes ago, and it hasn't got any upvotes, and yet it's above one here that's got 173 upvotes there. No replies. Oh no, that's upvotes, and the replies 13 under that. So that can't happen unless you own the account. But also there was another situation where he showed another screen which proves beyond doubt he was logged into the same account, where it says customize your profile. You know how it sort of adds in extra bits. So Angry Truth Seeker, which was this J Fleet, and it's got he's talking about GUFON. I mean, not GUFON. Tyler was saying that he was being trolled by this guy, and he's logged into it. He's another one of his accounts. So he's got multiple accounts where he was trolling himself. So I'm not sure if you've seen that one around, J Fleet. If anyone's criticised Tyler and that one shows up, you know it's Tyler. So if you go back on this one, where
he don't want you to know,
where he's blabbing about being attacked. Let's see, whereabouts is it?
From Boston, and I want to thank Joe.
Okay, just find the beginning of it here.
Secureteam10, in which Tyler Glockner claims that he is being watched.
I have come to the conclusion that our channel, Secureteam, is without a doubt being watched.
Duh, for real? 2 million followers, what do you mean I'm being watched? Ah, of course, he's not talking about his subscribers. but he's talking about higher powers that he calls counterintelligence apparatus.
By this counterintelligence apparatus,
Well, a counterintelligence apparatus, yeah, right, it sounds like a cheap brand shaving device. Well, let's stick to CIA, okay? Okay. He explains that his channel is being attacked by this higher power, and he shamelessly shows, while talking about it, the map of Russia. So you have 2 million subscribers. How do you mean treat your channel with responsibility?
Yeah,
Well,
let's go to that map, because that map shows that he bought subs. Because a lot of these subs do come from Eastern Bloc. And I think if you look at the stats here somewhere, it says he's got 600, is it? Or was it 800? I think it was 800. 800,000 views in the last 52 days from Russia. Almost 1 million viewers from Russia. And that suggests that that's when he bought the subs, and when they come and joined his channel, and of course it listed the IP address of them subbing. And obviously viewing the channel too, right? So it'd be good to see his block list if he showed it there. So yeah, from all over Russia there. So and he also showed on the map, there's another map where it's shown other places like Europe and stuff, Asia I think it was, where you get a lot of these fake clicks from, right? Click farms. But anyway, as you know, he created 2 fake accounts and deleted that video once he got found out. It went all over Reddit and my channel and everybody else's channel that was exposing him.
not like that, huh? Well done. That's why you are being called an influencer, right? Now, the reason for this attack is because of the topics. The topics he covers on his YouTube channel. He discusses sensitive issues that the CIA doesn't want you to know. Because imagine Secureteam10 exposing the truth. Ooh. Yeah, the CIA is very afraid that Tyler will give the birds freedom. Hashtag all birds matter. Tyler is the man we know as a very bad hoaxer.
You ever seen the debunk alien edit with the pigeon on the wire and you couldn't see the legs and you're saying it was a UFO above the power lines? That was one of Tyler's thing. He didn't care
so bad.
About ufology.
There are 2 moments in his own video in which he makes mistakes. 1. The profile of one of his haters.
You'll find have a history of doing nothing on the YouTube platform except posting negative comments and thumbing down my videos.
2. Nummer 2. The comment of the counterintelligence apparatus.
And his account had been created likely just moments before he posted the comment. And so the comment...
So I'm not going to waste your time with...
So remember the confession of Tyler on Alien Addict and even Lion's Ground, he didn't mention any of this, right? So that's another thing, you know. So we got the 3 leakers and this one that's 100% proves that he's behind it. And yet he's still got all those stupid fans that follow him. Doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
With Tyler's made-up story. Because as soon as you start to listen to him, then yeah, that's the moment that you no longer pay attention. And oof, that's oopsie pootsie.
Okay. So we've already played that bit. So then he goes over the mistakes, which I've already talked about.
Bingabo. The next thing he's showing is a hate comment. Bingabo.
Okay. I'll just go back a bit on that.
And what do you see there? Well, an edit button at the bottom left of the screen. Chim chim.
J Fleet.
The next thing he's showing is a hate comment. Tyler Glockner reads the proclaimed hate comment by Angry Truth Seeker.
This channel is a straight up psyop used to fool the gullible masses. How much is the
How
government
could you
paying
give a video to this clown 18 mils? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to
you,
me.
Tyler? Been on the payroll long? Speaking of your motorcycle accident, Dr. Asher should have put an extra set of...
Yeah, something going on in the mixer here. Just reset it again. It's definitely... It comes good again. And the CPU is really low. Look. So it's not the CPU that's causing it. So I'm going to have to look into that.
of screws in your mouth to shut you the heck up. And I won't read the name he calls me here.
There's also proof that he signed in with his fake account because he shows in a comment without votes at all that it is at the top of the list of all comments, and that goes against the law of the YouTube comment system.
Not sure I can fix that one, actually.
While the comments are ranked on top comments, your comment is only visible at the top if you are signed in with the account, in this case of Angry Truth Seeker. YouTube has done this because you can then easily find...
So there you go, guys. So it wasn't me exposing him only, it was a lot of people. So there's the Twitter comment, and I'll just post it here. Tyler bought subs and faked trolling himself. There you go. That's not what he said. He said he's been talking to Doug, and Doug gave him permission to play the video. You have to play the video back to actually have a look. When are you buying subs next? Well, if everybody's doing it, join them, isn't it? So you've finally woken up? Yeah, there's a little clicking noise that's happening. It's not bad. Copyright strike. How can you copyright strike? You can say you got suspicions that the subs are going up, but the view counts are not going up every day. That something's going on. In fact, if you have a look, so there's nothing we could do with Tyler, because they're making millions of dollars off him. They're not going to strike him. But anyway, if that's just the fourth thing, you got the 3 leakers and that one. Fourth things, 100% proves that he's behind it, and he only admitted that he may have done 1 or 2 things as a joke. Yeah, right. Why did you delete it and not actually say on the next video, oh, this one here I posted, I'll just leave it up as a joke? Why didn't he own up to it the next day or something, you know? These guys, the people just believe them. It's just crazy. It doesn't make any sense to me. I suppose we can start that up again. See how well it's going to go. But yeah, the things I fixed on StreamYards looks like it's got reset again. It makes no sense to me. So I'm going to have to look into that again. Okay, but I did actually tell you last night that I'd be starting the show about 2 o'clock. What's it now? Almost 5 o'clock, so I only got an hour left now anyway. You missed all the piss take of or exposing GUFON, so maybe you're lucky. And Michael King even actually gave us a donation there. I wasn't actually bitching for donations, but it's nice to get some. But yeah, I heard a few clicks going on there, and I had to reset the mixer. So the problem seems to be the new mixer causing the clicks now, maybe. I don't know. Or the Windows update on the drivers, on some of the drivers, is causing the problem still. But it's not bad. I can reset the mixer each time and fix it. But you said you're getting that on yours, but yours would have been the latest mixer, would it? You have to reset your mixer because it got crackle. Yeah, so I got free for all up if you want to join on the side chat. So we're just going to look over some UFO debunks from Thirdphase now for the last hour. Yeah, so I was just talking about Kirk before, theory of everything, how he's meant to be this great PhD scientist that can't even do background check of people he has on his live show, not seeing that they're criminals and grifters and bullshit artists that are ruining ufology. But yeah, I'll just play this and go over it. I might have to wind it back a wee bit. Just see whereabouts it is.
Huh? Yep.
Clueless.
Hello.
They are.
Hello. So you should be fully arrested now. Am I too loud?
I went to bed. I went to bed like 6 a.m. and my mum wake me up. Quick, you got to come for lunch with the family.
I thought something happened.
I've got alarms going off. Everything's happening.
You might have to adjust my volume. I found that I had to boost. Mine was some of the volumes were lowered down on Baywindows, and I put them all back to maximum because I wasn't sure what I originally had. So I'm not sure if I'm. Am I super loud to you at the moment?
Yeah, no, I'll put you half volume.
Okay, you know how to do that now. I'm not sure if it's crackling or anything. The computer is running a lot better.
I think all these UI changes are for people to use on the phone with touchscreen crap. That's what I think it is.
Yeah.
I need to change my background picture. It's not Christmas anymore.
Yeah.
Cat in the UFO. Let's go alien.
Well, we haven't had many people join us, but we've had the regulars, you know, Sightons and Michael King. Oh, well, he hasn't been around lately, so it's good to actually see him again. I think Blue Chicken showed up, but when he realised I was exposing GUFON, he went. Yeah.
Blue Chicken.
Yeah.
Why is Blue Chicken a GUFON fan?
No, he's not. He used to. He used to be a moderator for him. Now he can't stand him because he sees the guy as negative. But basically, all the stuff that him attacking me had to be addressed again, and adding me in with Cambian and all that has to be addressed again. So I had to.
You didn't say his name properly.
The theory of everything said it wrong. What did he say? GUFON.
I don't know.
I can't remember.
You should call him Goofy on because he's like Goofy.
Well, false teeth. Falcion is what he should be called.
Lives in a trailer at the back of his mum's house. 50 years old, lives in a trailer at the back of his mum's house. He's moving up in the world. He's moving up in the world. He gets paid to lie for Thirdphase Moon. He's moving up in the world.
Well, I think he was saying that he was living in his own apartment and people upstairs were annoying the hell out of him.
The pigeons on top of his trailer.
Yeah, no, I think he had a point. He had a apartment, I think, but he was living with his mum at one stage, and he moved to his apartment when he met his girlfriend, I guess. But now she left him, and I suppose he took over all the payments of the apartment. It's hard to know what's really truth on this guy, though, because he's such a liar. But yeah, it's good to see you, and yeah, I was just showing Sightons that. Just before he showed up, Sightons, I was saying, how can you give your video to Tyler? And he said on the side chat that he never gave Tyler permission to use the video, but that's not what Tyler said. He said he was in talks with Doug. So I don't know about that. Yeah, Tyler was buying subs. GUFON's now got
Tyler posted the video without even referencing 18 Wheels' channel, or having a link at the bottom of the description to his channel.
Which, if he was using it on like a fair use thing, he should have at least done that, shouldn't he? Should have posted
Should
the link in the
strike
side
him.
chat if it was a live on, or put it in the description, or a comment.
Copyright strike him. Copyright strike him.
Yeah. So that comment's a really long one, doesn't quite fit. So I'm going to have to try and muck around with that a bit more and expand it to here probably. To over top of the other stuff at the bottom. But anyway, it's a lot better than it was. Still a few more tweaks to do. Make ads. Had lunch with family. I'm just going through all the comments here. Yeah, comment doesn't care about the rules if they buy subs, as long as they're making money from it too, right? That's the problem. It needs to be like a third-party entity that oversees it. I think that's what the government wanted to do. They wanted to make it into a utility, so they had like someone that oversees it, rather than them being like the Wild West of the net.
What do you mean? YouTube makes ad revenue. They buy subs. So when people look at the videos, they're like, "Oh, look at all the subs. This is a good channel. We should sub too." So they get more ad revenue. So like, do you think YouTube cares that Tyler's paying for subs when it's generating more ad revenue because people think that the channel is really good because it has so many subs?
That's what I'm saying, though. You know,
If I look at a YouTube channel, I don't look at how many subs it's got, because anyone can just buy subs. Subs doesn't mean it's a good YouTube channel. You got to look at the videos and who's what the person's video channel, what they talk about, what they say, what videos are they sharing. The subs has nothing to do. These days, subs means nothing. It means absolutely nothing because it can be artificially inflated.
Yeah. I think the audio levels is about the same for us, is it, at the moment? So, you got to talk.
I got to talk.
Yeah, I think it
might be coming around the mountain. In New Zealand, they love sheep. They really love sheep. They've got Velcro gloves, so they put the Velcro gloves on their hands, so the sheep can't escape.
Yeah, I think we're at the same level. So, whatever I did last night after we did a test run worked. But I see that the mixer is making a clip sound. And see if it goes away again. I can hear it in my headset. Maybe it's not coming out in the live stream though, but I don't know. Anyway, let's go over this last bit because dinner time's coming up here.
Hold on. Somebody says, I do readings. I do, from Patty Negri, I do not do text or email readings at all. I do not solicit. Our readings are face-to-face, real-time live, or video only. I have a bad...
I don't know if he's talking about psychic mediums here, but where was the thing?
Ismail Perez.
I think
Super Soldier.
And let me just have a look. I think it's gone. It didn't keep my bookmark where he starts doing analysis.
When's he going to interview Ismail Perez, Super Soldier?
All right, here we
from
go.
Mars.
It's back here, isn't it? Let me just have a look. Is that the one? Just go back a bit. That's not where I clicked it though.
You gay? I didn't know if you were gay. Well, let's say he is gay. You should be offended at that too if you're offended at me saying...
Oh no, we're getting the clicking back. We had that solved
What's he
last
going
night.
on about? I don't understand what GUFON's talking about. Why do people listen to him for? How is this entertainment?
Hmm.
Do
I don't
people even
know.
understand what he's talking? I don't understand what he's talking
Bar's
about.
going to be high.
Nothing he says makes any sense. How much weed has he smoked today?
Who knows? But I think it's clipping again, guys.
I don't hear any clipping.
You guys you may have seen these videos already, but I don't know if you saw the third phase.
I think I might have to change that. Might have to change that setting on the CPU back to where I had it. Since I rebooted, it's not running as good as it was the night we were testing it. So something's gone on.
Moon video that had the weird object, the carousel looking thing. We never really talked about it too much.
I don't think it's loud enough though, is it?
About it too much. A little bit. Anyway, I don't know. Hold on. I don't want to wet pallets with that. Yeah, I don't know. Into Thin Air had a new video. Did you hear a new earthquake? Another earthquake in now California. A 6, I think, or 6.4? This is getting nuts. Nuts. And
yeah, something's happened since I rebooted. So I'm going to have to look into that again. Okay, what we got? A plane?
A near collision. If it's a...
Oh, yeah, we got Thirdphase is going over, so we've got to be careful of background music here.
Wrong. What the heck is it there in close proximity to a major...
Okay, so we got a little dot in the sky, which is obviously closer to the camera, right? It's probably a bird, and the plane's in the background.
Your airliner.
Shut up.
I ask you, an Airbus.
So these guys that are meant to be in the UFO field for all those years should know better. So let's see if we can zoom on it here. It looks like a balloon actually, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks like a balloon, doesn't it?
Looks like a flying fish.
No, it doesn't. It looks like a circular thing.
Brett, what's your thoughts? Yeah, it's always pretty sketchy when you have these objects get so close to
Okay, I got some background music, so I'll just have to pause it every few seconds.
commercial airliners. I'd freak
So, what's this funny zooming in with the plane going on here?
out, especially if you're a pilot and you're seeing this basically coming at you
So that's got to be then cropping it and stuff, I reckon.
head on. You got to divert. You got to take action. This is
They're talking nothing
really
shit.
good stuff. I like this close up. It gives a deep.
Okay, so let's have a good look at it, this one. So what's that look like? It's not a bird. It's not a plane.
Looks like a
It's
kite.
Batman. It looks like one of those llama globios, what they call it, from Mexico.
Looks like a kite. Look at the tail.
Yeah.
You can see the tail on it. Look at the tail on it.
There's no tail there.
There's a tail at the bottom. Look at the tail sticking up.
There's no tail there, mate.
There's a tail. What's that
No,
at the
there's
back
not.
of it?
Nothing.
What's that at the back of it?
That's the black and white thing. They're just the edges where it's reflecting sunlight. It's one of those polygonal balloons that planes have been filming, but we're seeing it now from the other side, from the ground.
Detail.
And that plane's probably coming into land, right? So
This thing looks metallic
looks like a mile of balloon, mate.
and has a different kind of
Different what?
appendages to it.
Appendages. Well, he's talking about the black bits and black and white bits.
I didn't give my opinion on this video when it was made.
Because it's so obvious.
My personal thought on it is that it is a strange freaking object. That's for damn sure. But I think it's a lot further away from that airplane. I don't even think they know it's there.
You can see the airplane's out of focus and that's in focus, so that's got to be closer to the camera, right? See, he doesn't do any proper analysis on it. See how much more clearer that is? And look how blurry and out of focus that is. So that's got to be coming down to land. That looks like one of those big super gubby planes that NASA has, that where it opens up and you can store a lot of stuff inside
It looks like a transport plane. The fuselage looks extremely large.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like a transport plane.
But there are jumbo jets that are a double bus, double decker bus. It could be just a jumbo jet that's a double decker bus, which has 2 levels. One or the other. It's either a transport plane or it's like. But look at the wing. Look at the thing painting on the fin. It sort of looks like commercial plane. I don't know. It's got a big logo. It's got a big logo on the fin. Cargo planes don't usually have big logos painted on their planes. They save money on paint.
Anyway, just carry on.
I think it's that far away from the plane. They wouldn't even know it. But that's just my opinion.
So he's saying this is far away from the plane, which is correct.
We'll never know.
Well, I've just shown you why it is by looking at the focus.
But why is it in this vicinity? I don't know.
People release balloons all the time, mate. Those Mexicans are balloon lovers in Brazil.
Shouldn't be there. I want to see something else. Hold on. I'll play it, but I want to look at something here. How far away is it, though?
Okay, this is another video.
It's hard to tell.
Coming up, so we'll talk about that one.
I want to see a very wide view of that whole area, but oh well. It is what it is, but it's weird. It's a very strange object,
Enhancing it, not messing with anything except, enhancing so it could get a.
Can you see the balloon in that one?
I believe what we're looking at is.
See, now in this video, like with many others like this, I want to see the object change direction. Stop
it's
right
there.
There
Somewhere.
Go
where his
backwards.
mouse is. Can you see it?
Stop
there?
right there. Go down. Go up. Go somewhere else. But
yeah, and then it's a UFO.
Ever. And if it does happen,
there it is.
Well, it ain't real. This is really in the sky. It's not CGI. I'm just saying, I need these kinds of objects because now they seem to be, popping up.
So what's that look like to you?
If that's a
looks
balloon,
like something rotating a wee bit. Yeah, what kind of balloon do you think it is?
It doesn't matter. It's a balloon.
You got the light and dark bits happening, right? Which means it's a Mylar balloon with edges on it, or appendages on it, where the light's reflecting and not reflecting. So to me, that looks like one of those sun balloons that's on sort of slightly horizontal, and it's got the things dangling down. Again, I wish I had edge views of these Mylar balloons. But it looks like a sun or a star balloon.
Mexican carnival balloon.
Where's Q-Vid when you need him? Sun balloon. He would be agreeing with me probably. Sun balloon. I'll just put that there. See what comes up.
I don't know what types of balloons they are. It just looks like a balloon. It's like puffed out like a balloon. It's puffed out like it's got gas inside it.
Yeah.
It's not like a solid metallic. It's not like a solid metallic object. The metal's not reflecting off the sun like metal does. It's like foily plastic.
Yeah,
bubbly.
you don't see the color normally. It just because the sun's reflecting off. Doesn't matter what color it is. It'll still appear to be silver or super white. So I reckon it's one like this one here with the triangle bits on it, and it's just floating upside down. That one there. 20 inch, 27 inch, so that's fairly big, right? So it's like this one here. So you'd see reflection of that bit, and then dark bit there, reflection, dim bit, reflection. So it's a shame we just can't see it on the side. I wonder if we can get one on the side view. And then you can see how the pattern happens, and you could overlay it then. But it's just so many varieties of these sun balloons with limbs. Yeah, so anyone who's got videos there of them. Okay, images. What's the CPU peaking? It's not making any sense. What's changed since I rebooted? Let me just see what CPU is being used. Brave. Minicam. Alright, no. Shouldn't be anything major. Everything else is 0.5% of CPU. Brave's using it at the moment because we've got 2 open. Yeah. Let's just go down and see if there's any side views. So that one's a fairly big one. That one would be perfect if it flipped up on the side and angled right. Yeah, everybody's advertising, but they don't advertise all views of what they're trying to sell. But you get what I mean. You just have to visually see it in your head. So it's a sun balloon, what we're looking at here. It's you can see the right shape here. We just can't see the painted face on it. See, that could easily be a yellow balloon, and it's just reflecting the sunlight back at key places. Right, he should know this. He's meant to be the 18-year balloon expert, and he can't even say on his live, which means he's
maybe he's an 18-year bullshit expert.
You got suddenly louder. What did you do? Did you move your mic closer?
No, the mic sits like on the headset, doesn't move closer.
No, you suddenly got louder for some reason. It's equaled off now though. We could hear you breathing.
You can hear me breathing.
Yeah, normally that means your mic's too close to your nose or mouth. Move it away from you.
You can see where my microphone is on my camera. You can see the microphone.
It's too small.
No, it's not. Look, there it is there. Look, there it is there. It's like pushed to the side. Look how it's pushed to the side.
Alright. Okay. Shouldn't that be on the other side? Shouldn't your camera be inverting it? Are you switching it around, are you?
I don't know. I had the camera inverted because I don't know why I inverted.
Because that's going to be on your left side, and you got it on the right on the camera here.
The camera's inverted somehow.
Yeah, you can actually flip it. You should be able to flip it anyway.
I need to flip it back.
Okay, so what's the other signatures? This is a balloon. Okay, the shape matches a sun balloon. You can see it's got a slight tilt on it as it's moving. You'll see it in a minute. You can see it's got a slight angle to it, which means it's a very gentle breeze pushing it this way.
You know,
but you see now it's sort of hit a air bubble there, and it's bounced back up. But you see it.
Clipping. No, you're clipping.
Clipping. Yes, because I'm zooming in. Yeah, something's gone wrong since we tested it last night. It was alright until I started.
You fixed it and you broke it.
No, I rebooted the machine and something changed back. I don't know.
What'd you reboot for?
Because I normally reboot before streams, make sure it's cleaned out. But it doesn't matter.
You ruined it by rebooting.
Every time I play around with it, it's just getting better and better. So yeah, I'll just we'll muck around with it again a wee bit more. But yes, a bit strange that the audio was corrupted and it's only like 20% CPU. So something's changed again. So you can see here the balloon's hit a little gust, and it's lifted it up at the front. Now, UFOs don't have to do that when they're moving, right? They don't have to wobble around like crazy. They should be perfectly level with their anti-gravity, right?
Some sort of drone.
What if there's anti-gravity turbulence?
Do you even understand what you just said there? Anti-gravity turbulence.
Well, everyone talks about how they know all about gravity when we know nothing about gravity.
Yeah, come on. Look,
everyone's like an expert on gravity, but it's all based on theories that some scientist made like 40 years ago, 50 years ago. That like theories. There's no proof. Where's the proof in the pudding? Science is about proof and proving your experiments, and other people doing your experiments and replicating it, and then saying, yeah, your statements are true because we replicated your experiment and we can see that this is true. Everything we know about space is like theories. We don't know nothing. We know nothing of the universe. We know nothing of space. Absolutely nothing. But everyone talks like we're the greatest space NASA scientists in the world, but nobody knows. Not even NASA knows anything. And if they do know stuff, they don't even tell us. They keep it hidden, which makes it even worse. So we know even less. NASA's dodgy. Never a straight answer. That's what NASA stands for.
Yeah, just answering Mike on the side chat. He reckons he don't hear any clipping.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Gabber sometimes plays up. He was mucking around that it was clipping last night when there wasn't. Yeah.
Am I clipping now? No,
it's
because you rebooted before the stream.
I'm not hearing any clipping now. I just hear occasionally.
I don't hear any clipping on Jitsu from you. Oh my god, this guy just followed me all the way up the steps.
Yeah, for some reason though, the CPU is a lot higher. That's because I probably changed that minimum setting and rebooted and probably kicked in, and it wasn't working when I wasn't. I don't know, something changed anyway. Doesn't matter, I'll suss it out. I do listen to it occasionally, but as I said here, if you hear yourself talk, if it's too close together, you end up stuttering. It sort of puts you off. You know what I'm talking about, Gabber. I hear clipping on my end. If it's not on Google, then that's good. That's what I said here. Say don't make shit up. Gravity is well established and used in a lot of things. He was saying anti-gravity, though. What did you say? Anti-gravity turbulence.
Anti-gravity.
You said anti-gravity turbulence. It doesn't make sense. So if you had anti-gravity machine, you'd think that either you would exclude the air particles around it because it just moved just like a normal plane in it, but it would the gravity would be like they do on ships on the sea, right? They have the.
It's
the
true what Michael says. We have a lot of things based on gravity, but we don't understand gravity. We just got theories based on it.
We got theories.
We think anti-gravity is going in a reverse circle past a rainbow, backwards in time, making a time portal through a black hole. We're observing it, and they don't know what they're talking about. They're making guesses. And
yeah, they're talking out of shit. Even quantum physicists are guessing.
They don't know how the gravity works in the black hole.
But when you think about it in common sense, though, if a UFO had anti-gravity, it would have counterbalancing things for high winds and stuff. So if there's a high wind, then it would level out pretty much instantly. You can see this thing.
High wind, it would have stuff to balance out the external forces.
Yeah, because inside you'd be leaning back in your chair, or if you're standing up, you'd fall over and stuff. So it also would create a bubble around it, I think. So as the air approaches it, the air would be made lighter, and it would simply get out the way, right? All those particles in front of the UFO would simply just lift and create a void where the UFO passes into. That's why you don't hear a sonic boom. If you understand my thinking of science and how I see things, So let's see. I'll try and risk playing another package. I'm still going to work towards that new computer though. So
there's a lot of
so
mysteries in the universe that we don't know. It might take 1,000 years before we even half understand half the mysteries. You know, it takes a long time.
Let's see how this goes.
It's not something you learn overnight.
So we want a UFO. UFO. Have we got a UFO? Probably not. So we'll just use a circle then. There we go. A UFO. There you go. So if it was using anti-gravity that lifts it up that direction, want some arrows. I've got arrows. So anti-gravity is going against the force of gravity, which Tesla said was the flow of radiant energy into atoms. So if you can stop the radiant flow or slow the radiant flow down, literally you get mass reduction, which I believe is what that Russian guy was experimenting in a high-rise building. He said everything above his machine actually lost weight when they put the scales on, when they turned on the machine. So that means if the air particles, how would you draw air particles, little circles, let's see, stars maybe. That means air particles like that all around. As this approach, these would simply lift up out the way, and it would create a void in front. Right, you can start to see what I'm thinking about. So as that would, actually I got it around the wrong way. Should be going that way. So it'd be creating a void around it that way. So as these particles move into that, they then simply move up. Both of them would go up out the way off the craft, so you would never get a sonic boom. Does that make sense to you? It does to me, because I've got it all in my head and I've looked over it for 7 years now. So I think it's the anti-gravity doesn't work once you get out of the atmosphere.
So how does the anti-gravity work in space? Is there gravity in space?
Yeah, in this, basically the anti-gravity, if you look at Tesla's idea, was that it was mass reduction, so it actually becomes lighter than there. So these particles actually, this always wants to move above the air particles. So the air particles would be going underneath in his theory, rather than going up outside the field. But yeah, I don't know. Like you said, we still don't know. We're sort of guessing. Possible, 2 of those theories could be possible. And once it goes into space, you got no air resistance, and it's not lighter than air anymore because it's in space anyway. Then you'd have to use some sort of energy propulsion, which you're not seeing here, but it would have probably portals or air vents that you don't see, which are pushing out thrust all the time. That pushes it along. So you got this skin off the craft that they charge that slows down the radiant energy flow into the atoms of the mass. Makes it lighter. It doesn't make it 100% lighter, but it makes it lighter than air, so it always wants to go up to the edge of space, right? So it's always going upwards. So these engines would have to be angled that way to try and keep it balanced, right? So like I said, it would have some sort of counter thing where if the air particles were going faster than the field was making it move out the way, then it would have an anti-balancing system. Like ships have like this counterweight in the hull of the ship. So when you're on these cruise ships and then big seas, you don't get seasick. But anyway, enough on that. Okay, it's just my theory, and based on reading and ideas, sciencey ideas. So back to the side chat. How did you manage to get it yellow? That's kind of weird. Good question. Suppose if antigravity could produce a gravitational effect of a direction. Yeah, I think it's just mass reduction myself, and they're just using like plasma ion engines to push it at super speeds. Imagine if you stuck, well, we have seen videos. Imagine if you stuck a RC plane motor, propeller one, just a standard propeller on a helium balloon, how fast that would be going in a calm day. Just be zooming along. But as soon as you get wind, then it would be not so mobile, and it would probably start bouncing around a bit, unless you had counterweights added inside it, like putting water. So a bit like the ship with the counterweight, you'd put a liquid counterforce inside that sort of offsets how the wind's turbulence is affecting you. And you also could put some lead weights for extra weight on the balloon to make it more buoyancy leveled, because the balloon always it's got a quite good pull on it, right? So you can put some weight on it to make it so it's wherever you place it in the room, in the air, that it stays there. You could make it neutral. And then if you stuck the big engine RC motor on it, I suppose you could go out and actually build one in your garage and have an experiment, I suppose, if you got lots of money and lots of time. Yeah, it's the sort of thing I would do, and just do videos of it showing this is what I've done, see how it works. That would be a lot of fun too. But yeah, I got enough things to deal with, as you know. Hate and attackers and people saying don't sub to me and he's useless and all that. I have a lot better understanding of common sense stuff than most of these people in science. In electronics. I might not be a expert as such, but a jack of all trades. Something clicking like mad and breathing. That's Gabber. He needs to, maybe I need to turn him down. And we have got some controls for that now.
And I just put all the noise suppression and filters in my microphone to see if it gets rid of it.
Right, you dimmed down. Did you just turn it on?
I just turned on all the noise suppression and high pass filters and low pass filters and expanders and gates. And...
Yeah, it looks like the gate's cutting you out though, because your voice is getting too low now, and it's cutting you out.
Now the gate's cutting me out, but it's not putting clicking noises.
Are you still typing?
Not at the moment.
Well, type and we'll see if you can hear you.
Give me a second. Can you hear this?
No, it's got rid of it, hasn't it? I can
It's me typing really loud. That's me typing really loud.
Okay, we can just barely hear it. Oh, I can in the headset anyway. Counter-Strike of Battlefield. Is that what he's playing? What's the keys being...
I'm playing New World.
He's playing and doing the live stream with me at the same time. How rude.
I'm multitask. I got two monitors. I'm allowed. If you had two monitors, you could multitask too.
Don't know already, is it? No, can't hear it now, he said. Okay, that worked. Okay, so you can see here the gust of winds knocked it up the front here. So that means it's going over this building here, so it's probably changed the turbulence as it was passing along. And a gust of wind come from underneath and knocked it. So let's just keep on watching it.
Blimp. It's odd. I tried
Blimp. It's a sun balloon, you twit.
finding similar things. I couldn't. I just couldn't.
He couldn't find a match for this guy, and I found it within seconds looking at it.
He doesn't research anything. He's lazy. He's a pothead.
Yeah.
I looked up carousel balloons. I looked up objects looked like carousel.
See, that's the thing is, seeing something from the side with overexposure of light changes what an object looks like, as you've known with even thermal images, right?
Carousels or objects that,
in fact, it looks like it might be spinning a bit there when they zoomed in.
Spin, and I couldn't find anything that looked like this. Nothing.
See, the way...
Spinning slightly.
What's that? What did you say?
Spinning slightly.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. But you can start to see the angle bits of the sun balloon now, even better now, and you can actually see that it looks like it's got two tones to it. It looks like a yellow balloon there, doesn't it? And then it's got the bit going around here. And then underneath here, I think is this compression artifacts happening now. So you can see the balloon part is here. But this is actually like the sun's coming down here and it's casting a shadow. It's casting a shadow on some of it underneath, by the looks of it. It's sort of angled as well. So not only is it not perfectly horizontal, it's sort of flipped up in this direction, going that way. You look. So we're seeing slightly more of the other side of it here. So these are the other tentacles coming down the other side, right? So it's definitely a sun balloon. And he's looking at carousel. That makes no sense to me. This guy's got no debunking skills whatsoever. And you heard what he was saying about me at the start of the show, that I'm a nobody, I'm useless at debunking, and blah blah blah.
But he smokes weed all day and he Googles something like he thinks it's research.
Oh, that's Amazon Mobo? What's that? You'd like to see a stabilized version?
Amazon MMO, massive multiplayer online game.
Oh, right. I'm not into gaming. So, I don't think it needs to be stabilized because it looks like it's being held very well here. And of course, the stabilize something is very hard to do when you got no reference thing like a building or something in the background that the video can stabilize. Remember we were talking about stabilization on Photoshop, how complex that was to stabilize something, the aircraft in the sky.
You got to do it frame by frame, 30 frames per second.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to stabilize it.
You can do a 10-second clip. You're going to be there for like 12 hours. Yeah,
to do it properly, it takes a lot of work. You can do the AI auto stabilize and it never comes out right. There's another product they use, Premiere, Photoshop Premiere, was it? No, what's it called? Adobe Premiere.
I was doing stabilization with my plasma ball UFO. It would stabilize like 3 seconds, and then when the UFO goes to the edge of the screen, it loses tracking of it. And like I spent like 4 days trying to do it.
Right. So yeah, it would make it more obvious. Yeah, it doesn't need it. Yeah.
But like the stabilization works when you can lock the stabilization on a target, like a target's face or something.
You're the only one on, Michael, believe it or not. And it must be like 4 in the morning over there or something crazy. Or 5. I'm not sure if you got the same time settings as London.
Bizarre. You know,
it's not bizarre. It's fairly obvious. You can see it's a sun balloon.
Let's say it is a balloon.
It's 100% balloon.
Find me the balloon. It's
well,
custom
I just did.
rich. Oh, okay. So let's say it's a custom balloon.
Yeah, the CPU's gone crazy again.
All right, so we're screwed. But I doubt somebody's out there making custom balloons to fool people that think, oh, it's a UFO.
It's not a custom balloon,
And
you idiot.
I also do not think this would be a test craft that got out of control. It just happened to get out of control in one.
So he doesn't know anything. He doesn't add anything to it, right?
He just talks for the sake of talking to keep the audience mesmerized.
Yeah. But you'll see, if you watch the video, you'll see it goes back the other way.
Video.
I don't know.
Oh no, he's putting this stupid music ad in.
That there are those.
Oh, here's Dark Owl Panel. He's another guy that absolutely knows nothing, is able to talk shit to people, and gets a lot of subs out of it.
Who have been working with
Tough to
anti-gravity
tell, Atlanta. It's
methodology
tough to tell.
and have been quite successful based on certain reports. Perhaps you and I will not know the extent of this technology until it is used back.
So they're straight down the Black Ops craft, not balloon, right? These guys are just bullshit.
Guy or ever. And if they...
I think there's some other stuff they put on after. Let me just check. Probably should check Thirdphase directly, probably. But then we got to watch out. So it looks like he's gone on to other stuff now. Okay. So what's that about crop circles?
Is that Nolan?
Oh my God.
Looks like an ad for a movie trailer or something, is it? Does it look like he's been on weed? Just opinions here.
High as a kite, he shows his weed on stream.
Yeah, I know.
He makes jokes about
Effing
weed.
believe this.
Look
Puts
where he's
clear
looking.
eyes. He puts clear eyes.
Now, I
Puts
think his
clear eye-
monitor...
he stops his stream. He stops his stream and goes, hang on a sec, I got to put clear eyes in my eyes because they're red from all the weed that I've just smoked.
Yeah, but he's thinking of a story to tell here, right? He's giving away with his eyes. Now, I believe he's got a monitor here that he's looking at, and he's got another monitor here that he sometimes looks at. But when you're looking that far right, that's fairly obvious he's making up a story.
But I've got to play this for you.
So you can see the light from the monitor here shining at him, but I think there might be another one here, but I'm not 100% sure because he doesn't do what a Cambian does. She doesn't show you a far away shot.
Russell Brand.
Actually, it looks like it might be a monitor over here and a monitor here, actually, isn't it? So when he's looking over here, you got to wonder what the hell is he going to lie about.
I don't know what this is about, but I think somebody sent this to me with the name D.
Okay, so he's got a monitor straight in front and he's got a monitor over here. So why is he looking over here? Has he got a third monitor? Alright, right, you might have a third monitor. But again, way his eyes were looking, he wasn't looking at a monitor that would be over here.
H. I think that was you who sent this to me.
See, look at his eyes going.
Falling down from...
So anyway, it's
got
not
the
that
stream
UFO.
on one monitor. He's got his
So there's not enough
on another
UFO
monitor.
content for him to talk about that he's got to put out all these other videos which has nothing to do with ufology, right? This is how this guy pads. What's he sucking on there?
Vape. The vape pen.
Okay. And you notice it's in that hand. So I was talking about this before, that he was creating that fake dot with a laser pen. The laser pen was in his other hand when he walked up to the screen. I have got it here somewhere. I was actually going to look on YouTube for it, just to play it back, just to show you. Let's just remember what... I did actually forget to go and check it. Where's my page? Here it is. Let's just have a look. I just want to put it because I have about it before, so for completeness, we'll just do a search. GUFON hoax. Let's see if it comes up on that. If not, I'll put an orb or something. That's what comes up. Hey, comes up. I did a global search here. I didn't have to put my tag in. Okay, so what's this? GUFON purposely shows hoax movie holding up to the webcam, so it's not that one. Alright, the best footage ever, his sky cam UFO. And it was in daytime too. GUFON is claiming his hoax of a ghost orb laser pen was his vape pen. Okay, so this one might be where I show it. Well, dot note, it was a red dot lead. Okay, I was actually wrong. I was going by memory. It was actually a white dot with a red outline, or some red outline. Okay, let's just play that clip. Let's see if it's got it. I don't think he plays it back.
Everybody, I faked an orb.
Oh, that's loud, isn't it?
Oh, that's loud. In my ears.
That suddenly got so loud. Is there a volume control on this? Yeah, there is. Let's just turn it down.
When I left my seat a few years ago,
Oh my God,
a
that's
white
so bad.
object came around. I said I faked it with a laser pointer because I came back and had something black in my hand, which was my vape pen.
Okay, so there we go, and we'll find the actual video, and we can have a look at what was in his hand. So, Guerrilla Gamer reposted my footage. You can see it's in the other hand. Does that look like a vape pen? Look where his thumb is on the top, right? So this is one of my videos I've done to expose him. Looks like he edits it. Okay, so you can see the little white red dot that's appearing.
I don't know.
See that's on his hands. Look how he puts under the table.
Anybody?
Okay.
Green screen.
Yeah, it's shining a laser.
But a red dot on a green screen turns up white.
It looked red, but when you look at it closely, it's actually white. We'll just get it again.
Yeah, but he's behind a green screen. He's shining that on a green screen.
Okay, you can see the dot there, just above the microphone there. You can see it's
and
white.
a red dot on a green screen appears white.
I think it's a green laser. And because of the background that it's blending with, I think we get a sort of like a red edge on it.
It's a green laser that's probably not seeing it because it blends in with the green screen.
No, because it would make it super bright green. It would change how it works. Look, does that look like a vape pen he's got in his hand? Look where it was aiming, where the dot was.
I have a green screen and I have a green and a red laser with the test this.
Can you do that? That would be good, because they may both come out as a white dot, of course. We might be both right. But if you could do that, it'd be really good, because I haven't got anything like that to test it. See, does that look like a vape pen he's got in that? Look where his thumb is, right? And it's in the other hand. Keep watching. Then he quickly hides it under the table, and look where his vape pen is. It's in the other hand. Look, puts it down.
Well, what can I use? Anybody?
And he slides it out of camera view. And what's he doing here under the table with his other hand with the other thing? He looks so guilty.
He's playing with his Johnson.
Hides laser pointer. So if he was going to debunk that, he'd actually get his vape pen out and actually do a side-by-side comparison and show it's a vape pen. So what did he put in? What did he have in the other hand then? Could that have been the laser pointer? So either way, he knows he's lying because he had stuff in both hands. So if we go back to it, where was the vape pen? Okay, it looks like a red one there, and the other thing looks like it's black. But you'll say that's just a new one. But when you look at his vape pen on the full video, he had a different one. It had like a longer black one, though. I think I got the video of it here. Do vape pens come with laser pointers added in? That's another question. It's possible.
Do.
They do?
Do have laser pointers.
You get ones with multi-tools added to them, do you?
Google vape pen with laser pointer, see how many come up.
I know you get it with voice recorders for ghost hunting, but I never even thought about vape pen. Vape pen.
I'm pretty sure I've seen them. I'm sure there's lots of.
I know
models.
Chinese will do anything, won't they? They'll knock out anything like that.
Chinese do anything to sell something.
And there you go. There's a vape pen. Beam laser vaporizer. So they use it for gassing the vapor, do they? Laser
The
pointer
laser
pen.
the laser has nothing to do
hang on.
with the vaping.
CPU's just gone crazy. Let me just reset that mixer just in case.
Why'd you type vape?
Something's got undone, I think.
So now you're limiting the search to vapes that are only the size of a pen.
Laser pointer
No one
pen
calls it
useful.
vape. No one calls it vape pen. Vape with a laser pointer.
So they come with a battery tap off, a USB.
Images for vape with laser pointer. There's heaps of them. Images.
Well, nothing seems to be coming up apart from some experimental one. Use a laser to vape. E-cig. Laser beam vaporizer. Green laser pointer. Long range. There's nothing really coming up. Do it yourself laser pointer with 510 connection. What's that mean? Cigarette. It must be typed vape pen, is it? Laser. So they have got do it yourself. Real laser vaporizers, not just a laser pointer battery case. So it looks like they are experimenting with that then. Star cap. 2-in-1 dual color laser pointer with star cap. What's that? Is that like the grid? What's a star cap? E-cig laser, yeah. But I don't think that's a laser pointer combo sort of thing. If you do find one, let us know in the side chat. What's these ones saying here?
High definition Cisco laser pointer e-cig review.
What the hell's that? A hat with a load of LEDs inside. What was that meant to be for? Do laser caps for hair loss. It set it on fire, I would have thought. Anyway, I'm going to have to get going soon, guys. But I suppose we've done enough GUFON today, exposing them. Yeah, some of these lasers are quite big, aren't they? Or chunky even. Look how chunky that one is. Another one. Yeah, I don't really come up with vape pen and laser.
Thought I'd seen some somewhere. Just like briefly.
Yeah, I think it might be one of these GASF ones. Maybe they have an option to turn it into a laser pointer too. I don't know. It's possible.
I was like, when I was looking through the shop and I saw one with a laser pointer, I was like, why do you want a laser pointer on your e-cigarette for?
To fake live streams with ghost orbs. But you had stuff in both hands there.
Do you want me to go get my green screen right now and shine a laser beam at it? I've got 2 different colours.
But if you watch that full video, I think I got it here somewhere. I can't seem to find it. I'd have to put orb in probably.
When your show is called Truth Seekers, ironic for claiming to call out frauds. They got fake Twitter accounts trying to re-troll.
Okay, we're just going to wrap up it now anyway. And leave anything else. I was going to do Orange Orbs, but it looks like we had plenty of stuff to cover again. Have a good night, Mike.
See you, Mike. See you, Michael King.
I'll see you again soon, hopefully. Thanks for the donation. Take care on the roads and stuff. Gifa thinks wrong about glass. Okay, we've been through that one earlier. I was just trying to find the full video so you could see all the things he had on the table. Does that one again? It's like I've been censored. Orb, laser. Let's try laser. Here we go. more of it. Okay, so is this one where we see more of it? Yeah, so what's he doing with his
Do you
hands
think I
here?
can use a pen or something that could...
Oh, hang on. I was trying to pause it. No, what happened to it? So what's he got in the hands so far? What's he got now? It's a bit hard to tell because I think back then he was only 720p.
be used as a planchette?
So where's his e-cigarette thing?
Guys, I can use anything, right? Should I go get a knife or something, like a steak knife? Should I? Does anybody have any idea what I should be doing? Because I can't find the planchette.
Why don't you just make one out of cardboard?
It's not
Just
under the couch.
find a bit of cardboard and cut out a hole with scissors, right? And move over the spirit board.
Wasn't even near the couch, so I didn't even have to look there. I took it. It was up against the Ouija board.
I paused it and restarted it there because he was talking too much. Okay, this is where the ghost orb happens, isn't it? He's talking in the kitchen at the moment. You can only do 2 minutes on Twitter, which is kind of stupid, but 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Why 19 seconds of all things? Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. There's the white dot. But if you zoom in it sort of has a red edge on it. Now look, goes away again. Now he's out standing outside here in the kitchen aiming his laser pointer that way. Then he comes back with his hands full. So let's watch this. There's that dot again, white. Goes below the mic and then he shows up.
I don't know.
Ah, there it is. Is that his vape pen? And what's in his other hand? What's that there? That looked like a laser pointer, didn't it?
Well, what can I use? Anybody?
So either hand,
it's a laser pointer on his. It's a laser pointer on his left hand, and it's a vape on his right hand.
So that is that the vape pen there that you just put down?
That looks like the laser pointer.
It could be a vape pen too, but also that one could be a vape pen and a laser pointer.
So
right?
why would he have? Why would he have two vape pens in one in each hand? That makes no sense.
Well, he said those in front of him were pens and pencils, right? So what is that thing?
I think it is.
He's got two round things. He's got that one, but I'm pretty sure in other episodes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he picks up the vape pen here and sucks on it. This other one is a laser pointer, I think. So you have to get the whole video. I did actually post a link to it somewhere. That was the original one. So where is the link to the full video? I have got it on the Twitter account somewhere. Let's open up that one. But he's got his hands both full, and either one could have been the laser pointer, regardless, right? Yeah. It's not showing up, is it? I had a link to the original one for people to have a look. But I also had some more. So why is it not coming up with the other link where I showed it before? I showed beforehand where he's actually smoking the e-cig. And he puts it on this side of the table, not under the table like he's doing now. So, yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Etc. Hoaxing. Actually. pen. Just try pen at the out there 2016. Have I typed it right? Okay, it's come up. No, only gave us one for pen. Okay, we'll try ghost. Are you making boom sounds? Are you shooting something? I can hear a little boom sound. I'm not sure if it's you or outside. GUFON claims he filmed a ghost orb. Was that the one? Where
Quiet as a mouse. Quiet as a mouse.
Okay, that was the one we already seen. Okay, so here's another example. GUFON claiming this was the best paranormal ghost. What was that one? Oh, right, that was the one about the hotel, wasn't it? Oh no, that was the one where they're using a string on the cupboard, wasn't it? But anyway, we'll just carry on. Not that one. More of it. 8 pen. Ah, damn. That's annoying. GUFON made a fool off. Paul debunks Indian ghosts, yeah. Hypocrite. Yeah, looks like I'm not going to be able to find it. Okay, no, that's one we've already seen. I've probably got on Discord, but I haven't got time to look it up now. But there is a bit where you see him in that particular video where he's smoking. I'll send it to you. Actually, I might just do a quick search in Discord now. GUFON orb. Let's see. Not that one. That's one we already got. Not that one. Only 2 come up. Okay, we'll try laser. No. Ghost. Let's see. It's funny how you can't find stuff when you want to. Yep. No, not that one. GUFON pointer. Maybe I didn't use GUFON. Let's just put in ghost orb. Okay, let's see, maybe I can bring those over. Jump to. So if I can't find it on Twitter, maybe I can play it on this. So I searched and this is my breakdown of it. So we got a close-up of his other hand here. So that looks like a vape pen in that hand there. That's a vape pen. And that's where the laser pointer is. In the other hand that he puts under the table. See that there? But I think there's a video here before that I filmed. Let me just have a look. Okay, look at all the stuff he's putting down. Okay, where's the vape pen?
That's the only.
you just put the vape pen over here vertically, didn't
Glass
you?
I got. Everything else is coffee mugs and plastic cups. Hold on.
Anyway,
Do you think I could use a pen or something that could be used as...
That's the one we saw on Twitter, right? So that's the other one I couldn't find. But yeah, that looks like the laser pointer there, and that looks like the vape pen. He's holding it a funny way too, isn't he? Kind of crazy. Then he hides it under the table here and puts the vape pen over here. Twitter. So yeah, again, I haven't posted a link. High quality. Little shooting in a bottle. Has he deleted it? I wouldn't be surprised. Wreaking havoc. Hypocrite Thirdphase t-shirt on. Yeah, that's Plex detecting things too and posting it. All these people on Ufology, right? What a moron. The loser. It's got to be the most hated guy on Twitter and YouTube.
Didn't he get his account banned on Twitter?
No, they keep protecting him.
Someone said he got his account banned because he was attacking a transsexual person or something.
What's happened to Plex? I haven't seen him around. Is he on holiday still? He said he'd be checking in once in a while, but I haven't seen him check in. Yeah, so the orb thing didn't show up, the link to it, but I have got the link to the episode. Ghost orb, I'll just do a search on it again, see if it comes up. So I don't know what keywords I use, that's the whole problem. I have to be more description when I post these things. I just want the web link to it, so it's coming up here, so it'll probably be older stuff. Not that one. It's unbelievable, I can't find it. I'll probably find it after the show, send it to you. Ghost. Yeah, I think that one's dust. You know, it's perfectly round and it's got that hollow thing to it. That probably flickers. Who's sent that to me? It was some guy on the channel that didn't like me for some reason in the end. I think he was debating. It was someone who's watching Tyler. I think he's always a Tyler fan. He was always debating me about it. So it's gonna be here somewhere. Dear, oh dear. This is why I do clips in case the video disappears. But I know I got the link to it. Original. These are the ones we just looked at, wasn't it? I want the YouTube page. And it's not there. What else can you search on though? Just orb, laser. Do that one. Interesting read. I know it has that same background, so it should be on the thumbnail. So that was my green laser, and you don't see the beams, right? That one again. But where's the damn link? Oh, here we go. Is it? I suppose we could look up the YouTube name from the snapshots. Oh no. Yeah, we could. We could do it that way. But I thought I had the link just to copy and paste it. It's impossible to find it. Stupid. Anyway. So, what was the name of it? Jump. And close. Oh, yeah, so what was the name? You have to read that little fine print there. Quick. What's it say? The truth. It's a wee bit low res. Damn it. I can't quite read it. So if we go to his channel though, I'll see if I can find it later and send it to you anyway. Alright.
See Wheels. See you, mate. Wheels is gone too.
Oh, I thought everybody went because it was like zero watching. So he's got a new vape pen, obviously. Anyway, we're pretty much wrapped up here. I'm just trying to find the actual video to it. It will be under videos now, probably. But what you could do is, was it the truth or something? Probably best just to scroll through. There's probably millions of them. Look how slow it comes up. Did I have a screen snapshot here? Maybe it's clearer on that one. What's that say? Oh, right, showdown. This time. Okay, that's what it was. It wasn't truth. Showdown. Okay, that's got to be a not a really regular word. Showdown. No typo. He may have deleted it because... Oh, there you go. Comes up straight away. So, there you go. So, if we copy that... well, just open it up and then copy it. Copy it from that point onwards. You can have a good look over it stuff and see which hand he's got the vape in and what is the other object he's got. Ghost or laser vape. Okay, you can get it from the side chat there. Have I paused it? Okay, so if you go back here, he's smoking, I think. Back then he was a bit more conscious about showing the vape pen because he thought he might get a strike from Google. Or it may demote his promotion off the video.
I don't know how we got into it, but from the way I remembered it, she just started talking to us. She says, "Do you believe in psychics?" This is a true story.
Yeah, so where's his vape pen?
And he had the pole and he puts it in the ground and it just pounding. Thank you so much. John Sports Cards.
I gotta get going.
Gives me
see if you can find the vape pen where he's got it. I think it's in the right hand. I mean this hand, whatever that is, the left hand. There you go.
All right, let's see how this could work here. I think I had it set up like this. Let's cover that up so we don't get in trouble.
Alright, there's his vape
That's
pen.
right, you saw that.
The vape
Put
pen
that
was
there.
there, and he
Alright,
stuck it on
so,
the floor. So that means the vape pen was in that hand then, and that other one had some other thing that looked like a laser pointer. But anyway, I think he's just lying.
What hand doesn't matter, it's in.
Yeah, I think he had a tape recorder, an EVP tape recorder that he had running while he's doing the reading. And I think some of those come with the laser pointer on them, and you can push the buttons differently and it comes up. He may play dumb, because you know how untechnical he is. He probably didn't read the manual. He probably triggered the laser pen accidentally. Is the only possibility that I can think of. But you think he would bring it up on the screen the next day when people were saying, oh, you faked that, and actually show people what he had in his hands, and actually show all the buttons on it and tell you the model number, and you can look it up online. You think he would actually do that to prove beyond doubt that he wasn't faking it anyway, but he hasn't done it. But anyway, that is what it is. I think it's a laser pointer that he was doing. Whether he done it by mistake, I don't know. Now, why have I got all those open? And it looks like I need to do some checks on the computer again since the reboot. But it's been manageable anyway. Bit better than last time. So yeah, I gotta go, guys. So I'm just gonna drop you off here. And say goodnight. We did spend a lot on him today, but I'll take care on routes. And I'll just drop you off, Gabber. Or I'll talk to you later.
Alright, see you later.
Yeah, I think everybody's gone anyway. Okay, it's getting late there in America, I guess. End. Oh, that come up pretty quick. So yeah, have to go and see what's been undone since last night. I won't put it past Windows always changing things. Good bite, I said. Bye-bye, night. Sleep bite. Yeah. One day I might get my left eye fixed. It's all blurry and it's useless now. My right eye is all I got to work with. Yeah, it's a wee bit loud too. Where's my control panel gone? It's only 4 hours this one, it's not so bad. Yeah, I'll leave it there.